You hear us? Okay, Richard, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
I'm gonna go.
Try it again.
Can you hear me okay?
There you go. Speak a little bit louder. Welcome, everybody, to the City of Farmers Branch special called City Council meeting for Thursday, June 27th. This is a public meeting, and so as we get ready to speak on the upcoming budget, I'd first like to see if there are any citizens that are wishing to speak to the regular agenda items, which is the budget. I don't have anybody who signed up to speak. Is anybody? Seeing none.
I'd be glad to speak if it's.
I'm reserved, if appropriate.
Okay. So if you're wishing to speak, you will need to fill out a speaker form, just like a regular city council meeting. And this will be the time to do that. So we'll give you a moment to do that.
Mayor, can you hear me any better now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So our first speaker will be Todd Warren. And let me just remind you, when you come up to the podium, please state your name and address. There's a 3-minute time limit for each citizen to speak.
Awesome.
And anyone wishing to speak shall be courteous and cordial. Please refrain from any disparaging or inflammatory remarks directed at any member of a board or commission, city council, or city staff.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Mayor. Thank you, council members. My name's Todd Warren. I live at 14302 Juniper Cove off Pebble Beach in Brookhaven. I'm here. I've kind of been keeping track of and I know that the city has nothing to do with property valuations in Farmers Branch, but in Brookhaven, we've been really hit hard. In fact, in 2021, there was only 2 houses valued at over $1 million. I noticed the chart only goes to 800,000. Well, that's between 50% or 100% too low for about 55 or 60 houses in Brookhaven right now on the DCAD valuation. So obviously we are looking for city tax rate relief. That's the biggest thing of people that friends in my neighborhood that we all get together and meet, and everybody is screaming about their valuations, which the city has nothing to do, but there's been big windfalls for the city too. We all know that. We can look at the budget report. And, you know, when we keep getting these windfalls year over year, at some point, we need to make sure that we're giving back to the people that's paying the taxes. And I really didn't have, get on a soapbox here, Mayor. I just wanted to point out the fact that when I was looking at this chart, that, homes are valued from 2.4 at DCAD now to the cheapest one's 838 of new builds. And there's probably 10 being built right now. So this number's only going to go up. And so we definitely feel like we're paying our fair share in Brookhaven. And we certainly want to support the city, but we don't need to support it to the point that we're just finding ways to spend money. We want to be good stewards with our tax dollars. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming tonight. Next up is Harold Fraley.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Harold Freilich, 13831 Braemar Drive, Farmers Ranch. Thank you guys for taking your time, volunteering your stewardship to come out here and be a part of this. As all of you know, I served here on the council for 9 years. In previous years, it's really important that you guys get into the budget, all segments of the budget. Over the last 6 or 7 years, our budget's nearly doubled in size. Our taxes have gone up and up and up. Our spending, as the speaker before me said, has gone up likewise. Follow the money. Look, see where the money's going, see what we're spending our money on, delve into detail in this budget. Ask questions of the staff. They will give you the answer. The problem is you got to ask the right question. So staff, be transparent. Look at your expenses. We've changed. We're in AI now, artificial intelligence. We've been using software for 20 years, and we keep getting more and more employees. At some point in time, this software AI is going to affect us, and we should have some kind of cost savings on it. That's all I have. All I'm asking, cooperate, look at the detail. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. So we're here today because we need to give staff some direction on the budget. And we've all had our individual meetings with the city manager in regards to this. Before we get started, I'd like to just go around the room. I'm going to start on my left, just to hear general comments from those, from you all regarding your thoughts and expectations of this meeting. So if you would, Councilman.
Would you mind? I'd like to defer till after the others.
Okay.
I don't want to cover.
Councilman Jackson.
You were still muted, sir.
Cough
Can't hear you.
continuously through the,
Hit your button again. Councilman, can you hear me? You're on mute.
He's not on mute. Something's wrong.
No? We heard you just, when you first started, we heard you.
what about now? Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Mute when I can so I don't. Just a moment, babe. Thank you.
We're not hearing you. We're not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Huh.
Start at the beginning.
So that I'm not coughing through the meeting, but I do not have.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
I do not have any comments at this time, Mayor.
Okay, very good, thank you. Sorry about that. Councilman Reed?
For me, it's going through my first budget process. It's imperative and to me to realize, or I know that every action has a reaction. You add something here, you have to cut something here if you want to maintain a certain level. And that will be my goal, to find out what those counter actions are, or what the effects, should I say, what the effects of any changes that we make, how that impacts the city and the services that we provide.
Very good, thank you. Councilman Baird?
I'm not sure that we have anything other than the substance that we can get into later, but just I hope we can come to an agreement, whatever we need to agree to today, to move forward.
Very good, thank you. Councilman Roman?
Yes. I just want to thank the staff who I know has worked tirelessly for a week and a half nonstop to help facilitate with this exercise. I want to be clear that I asked for this exercise because I think it's important for us as the council and the residents to understand what it takes to achieve a 10-cent tax reduction. And now we know, and we certainly will get into it a little bit further when the presentation begins, but just based off of what I reviewed, it does appear that type of tax reduction is really significant and may not be reasonable at this time. And I know that many of the residents find that these services that would need to be cut are really valuable and essential to their families and our community at large. So, but I look forward to the presentation. I think that we can achieve a tax reduction larger than 3 cents. But I do think that 10 cents is a little bit beyond reach at this time. And I look forward to working with the rest of the council to achieve a balanced tax rate reduction. And again, thank you to the staff for your devotion to your jobs and for prioritizing our requests above your own personal needs that I know many have sacrificed. That's it.
Thank you. Councilman Neal?
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to express my sincere gratitude and thanks to Ben and Tammy as one of the newest council members. Spent some time with both Ben and Tammy to get up to speed on this city budgeting process that we're about to go into. And something that I've learned and I've expressed to them is that I've seemed to have found some consistent complexity with explanations of the revenue and expenses, and I'm hoping that we can dive into that a little bit more as we go along in this process. And maybe that's just a learning curve, but by some it could be seen as some lack of transparency. I'm not saying there is, but some folks may interpret it as such. I am not, but just an FYI. So I'm in some agreement with the Mr. Warren who spoke before us, and it seems as though that the city's been receiving increased property tax revenue each year, and while building our unencumbered general fund balances roughly in excess of 1.5 to almost 1.75 million each year for the past 5 or 6 years. That's based on the data that I pulled down off of the website. So if I'm misinterpreting that, hopefully you can clarify that for me. So in addition, the current budget indicates that we may have about a $19 to $20 million balance left over at the end of this budget year, which is well above what the city charter calls for. So again, I've had conversations with Ben, and I'm looking forward to talk a little bit more about some of this stuff. I do want to applaud the mayor and the council, as well as the previous council mayors, for at least getting the 2-cent tax rate reduction the previous year, and I think that was a good start in the right direction. And so I look forward to hearing about some of these other options that we might be able to pursue above a 3-cent tax rate reduction. So I have wanted to see, Councilman Roman had mentioned in one of our previous council meetings about a potential 10-cent tax rate reduction, and so I'm also interested in seeing what that would take, and I have had a chance to see this presentation that you're about to give to us, and I just wanted to make a comment or two about that regarding my position on a few things. First, I'd like Ben and the staff to know that I will not accept or advocate for any negative budget impacts to the public safety in any way. I'm a big supporter of the police and fire department. I plan to remain that way, and I just want to make that clear to everyone here and any of the residents that are watching, so that there's no uncertainty about that. Secondly, times have been tough for everyone. It's hard on the residents, it's been hard on our city budget, but we need to remain very mindful of our residents and the impacts of whatever we might present as an option to get any tax reductions or increased tax rate reductions. So, as Mr. Warren mentioned in his comments, we all know the property tax values have risen rather dramatically in recent years, as has inflation, and that's had an impact on both city budgets and those sitting at home around their dinner table as well. So I just sort of want to end with a couple of comments that after looking at the presentation, to reach a higher tax rate reduction above, say, a 3-cent, there were some possibilities mentioned there about potentially closing the library or closing the swimming pool, the aquatic center, the rec center, branch connection, similar other such facilities. So then I think you know that's not anything that I would be accepting of. I would not accept closing these facilities in any way. It's something that our residents count on and expect to have. But I do think there may be some other areas that we can explore to help us get above a 3-cent tax rate reduction, and I look forward to us getting through that. So I just want to make that clear to everyone, that I'm not on board with closing any of those facilities, and I'm a big supporter of the police and fire department. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple comments. First of all, I always think it's good to have deep dives into the budget. I have no problem with that. And what we do is open and transparent, and I fully support that. What I don't like is the way we got here today, because Councilman Roman brought up he wanted a 10-cent tax rate reduction. And I don't know what he based that on. I don't know if he had any conversation with the city manager prior to bringing that up. But that was a pretty shocking amount to me. I think everybody in this room would support a tax rate reduction. Does anybody want higher taxes? I see no hands going up. So safe to say everybody would like to see their taxes go down. So, but 10 cents, it almost appears to me that it was sort of, with all due respect, I think it was reckless to throw that figure out without having prepped the city manager prior to announcing that.
We did.
Because it was not discussed with the city council. And now we have a list of items that in order to achieve that type of reduction would drastically affect the services that the city provides its residents. On that list, closing of the library, closing of the branch connection. These aren't just temporary things, these are closures. This means eliminating people and their jobs. Fire department and police. These cuts would be drastic, and I've gone on record since day one of being on council that I am not in favor of cutting anything to do with police or fire. That's it. That's the insurance that we pay for here in this city. We just approved twice-a-week garbage service, especially for those out on the west side. That was $139,000. And that's the effect that it would have And so, you advocated for that, and were successful. And so hopefully the residents out there are enjoying that. But unfortunately, we have mandates by the state that dictate how much our budget can go up, and then anything above that has to be returned to the taxpayers. Okay, used to be 8%, I believe, and now that was reduced to 3.5%. So that's a pretty drastic decrease. I don't believe that the city is looking to spend money just to spend money. Ben, when he was hired, put forth a plan to properly staff the city, properly staff each department. We've been working towards that. We have capital expenditures for fire trucks and other vehicles that we have to take a look at. And, this 10-cent idea is going to drastically cut into all of that. So I'm anxious to hear how we move forward. I'm not sure that more than 3 cents is possible at this time, but homeowners also have the opportunity themselves to go before DCAD and contest the values of their homes. Excuse me, it's not a process that people like to do, but that is an avenue that is afforded to every homeowner where they can go and talk to DCAD directly and contest their values, their appraised value, which, if they can get it lowered, would have an additional impact on their property tax. Ben, I'll ask you if you have any comments, and Tammy also, before we get started into the presentation.
No, I just want to thank the council for this opportunity to take a deeper dive into the budget. That's the kickoff slide for this as well, is budgeting is complex. Governmental accounting standards are overly burdensome and complex to where when you have multiple fund and accounting, you see a multi-100-page document outlining how almost $200 million is moving. It is complex, and I love the opportunity with this meeting to cut through some of those layers of complexity, because I believe in data. Data is the truth. Remove the emotion and assumptions from it. Let's say, what is the data telling us? What is the value of the budget as it relates to our homeowners and what they pay in taxes? Let's show those correlations and how the budget and the tax rate work together, and the value of living in Farmers Branch, because I believe it's very, very important to show that value. So our goal here is to not only that, but take everything we've heard from the council and make sure we've provided answers that you can share with your constituents and have a meaningful conversation about the budget and what the next steps look like for the city. And so you'll see that. So we're going to talk through some of them. You've seen the presentation, but I thank you all for acknowledging the staff and the work that came into this. A budget thought exercise took hundreds of hours all weekend. You notice the presentation came out at 8 o'clock last night. That wasn't a hold and release. That was staff working nonstop to put this together. And even then we had to check some formatting this morning just to make sure it was a clean presentation. My staff isn't sloppy. They work really hard, and they hate putting something out that's not perfect. But the request we have from the council today is we do need direction. So a thought exercise takes hundreds of hours. We start talking about thousands when we're talking about moving the actual numbers within the budget. So once we get direction, the budget numbers are going to move, because that's where it's complex. All the numbers touch each other. They interact with each other. It's not as simple, just take $100 from here. The functions and the people follow the functions. That's why you see a lot of this when we discuss about going beyond 3 cents. We're going to talk about the functions and what is the priority of the city. What is the identity of the city moving forward? But again, once we start looking at those bigger cuts, we'll show the history of it and talk about why cuts are so hard to do and why we're doing something very special with just this conversation. Even on the foundation, we're at 3. What does it look like moving beyond 3 cents? That's the goal of this presentation, but we do need firm direction, because there won't be enough hours in the day for us to build a budget to present to you all to review by July 31st. It sounds like it's really far away. It's terrifyingly close in the budget process. Also, you've heard me say this multiple times. I said it last year, I've said it this year. I believe in open, honest, and transparent government. All the numbers are here. We'll share any numbers. There's millions of numbers. We try and bring the most relevant ones forward for the discussions. That's what we'll be discussing tonight. I have my whole team here. They're here to answer any questions for you all. They're here in support of this process as well. I can tell you what some of these changes may look like. And I will say also, it's important to note, even building to 3 cents, the budget has cuts in it. there's things that are being removed in there, per my recommendation. You all do not have to take those, but as your city manager, I highly recommend those. And like I said, it takes years of training to start being in the budget, and it takes years more to master the budget. Now, it's frustrating when you're on council for 3 years, and by year 3 or 2 and 3, you're like, I got it. And then it's like, uh-oh, am I doing this again? And so it does, I know it's painfully frustrating, and you all have the most intimate details. You have me every week, or whenever you email or call me too, and my team. The public doesn't necessarily have that same level of access to the information. So I'm hoping we can clear some of that up and maybe find some better ways to present the budget as you all go out to the public, because at the end of the day, this is the council's budget of the city of Farmers Branch. And I want to make sure you can take this budget and present it to your constituents and say, hey, this is a great budget. It's making progress in the right direction for the city. And that's what the goal of today is.
Very good, thank you. Tammy, you want to add anything?
We'll just start with the presentation.
All right, then I'll let you.
That's okay?
Did you get Richard back?
Richard?
Sorry.
I'll come back to you since you're not here. Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Sorry, maybe you want to chat.
It needs to be able to be the public.
Have you changed anything on your end?
No, I did not.
There you go. Okay, now talk.
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Okay.
You're good? Okay.
I think it may be gating him out because he's not talking loudly enough.
It might be.
Turns it off when it doesn't hear much.
So there's certain rules we have to have for elected officials or board of.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Can hear you now. Yes, we can hear you now. Just make sure you're speaking loud.
I don't have any comments.
I'd like to. Make it work.
While we're figuring that out, I do want to respond to your question, but in your comment, to be clear, I indicated in the last meeting.
I can't.
That I had asked for no cuts in public safety. That's what I had asked for, and I had asked this for it to be an exercise to see what it would look like if we went there. We have some new council members, and some may not have an understanding of what it takes to get there, so I thought this would be a good exercise to learn and understand. So that's where it came from. That
Very
was
good.
my
Thank
basis for that.
And
Okay.
In addition to, when I first came in my first few meetings with Ben, I had asked about what was Ken Center look like. It's not just, Omar just happened to be the one that put it out publicly. Ben asked us to put it out publicly, so that's what we did. But this is the exercise so you can see.
later, later.
All right, Richard, did you try? All right, one more time, Richard.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
That should do it.
It should.
Can we hear him okay? Is everybody good? Excellent.
Put it
It's
at
not
the
the most
speaker
elegant
at the
solution,
bottom.
but it does work.
At the speaker. There you go. One more time, Richard.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
There you go. All right, thank you.
Richard, would you please turn off your phone on your end of your computer device? That way you're getting a feedback loop.
Okay, what about now?
Turn off on your computer.
Mute your computer.
I'm gonna try just on my computer.
There you go. That's
Is
good.
that better?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, we'll go with that.
perfect. We're in. My apologies for stepping out. I just wanted to make sure we could move forward. I know there's a lot to discuss.
So, once again, I'll ask you, have any comments you'd like to make at this time?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Do you have any comments that you'd like to make at this time?
I do not.
Okay, very good. Then, Ben, I'll let you start.
So Tammy and I are going to work on this presentation together. She's going to work on the framework of the budget. What I'd like to ask, if it's okay with you, is if we can make it through the presentation and then circle back for comments on the areas. That way we can make sure we at least cover the whole presentation. I know there's an efficiency needed with this meeting tonight, so in respect for that, we'll move quickly, and then we can circle back to any questions or concerns if that works.
You all have the floor.
Tammy, you're up.
Thank you. Mayor and council, Tammy Zimmerman, Director of Finance. Okay, so I wanted to kind of get into the details, before I get into the details or the larger components of our budget, I wanted to clarify some of the misconceptions by the public that have been voiced. The first one being my house value went up 70%, and the city will get a 70% tax increase. First of all, we believe a 70% increase would be an outlier. That would most likely be new construction or a major rehabilitation to an existing home. But we do recognize that our residents are getting increased evaluations, and it's, they're seeing this, or assuming that this translates into higher taxes. There's some legislative mechanisms in place that automatically lower their tax bill. First one being the homestead value cap, where the assessed values are capped at 10% increase each year. Then there's the Senate Bill 2 cap, or SB 2 cap, where the city is limited to a 3.5% growth in its property tax revenue, thereby reducing the tax rate. And then the city has its own mechanisms where we're limiting the amount of the growth in the property owner's tax bill, and that's with their exemptions. We have a 20% homestead exemption. That's the maximum you can give. We have a $100,000 senior and disabled exemption. So we're also trying to do another tax decrease this year. We had 2 cents last year. We're proposing a 3-cent tax cut this year. The next misconception, the city is flush with cash reserves from property tax windfall. So, as mentioned by Councilman Neal, we do have a city charter and our bond rating agencies that require a reserve for unexpected expenses. And this has been increasing over the years because it's a mechanism of the percentage of our operating expenditures. As the city has grown, the expenses grow with it. So it's due to the strong financial management policies that we have, where we're setting aside taxpayer dollars in the general fund, and it's representing an insurance policy guaranteeing the safety of the city. For instance, like a pandemic, a cyber attack, a large lawsuit, civil unrest. Much like your personal household budget, where you set aside savings for emergencies and repairs, the city does the same thing. The strong reserves helped obtain the city's AAA bond rating that saves our taxpayers lowered interest rates on our debt. We have voter-approved bonds that we'll be issuing. We'll receive a lower interest rate on those. And currently, we have a 90-day reserve in our fund balance for those operating expenditures for any unexpected expenses. The reserve isn't just sitting there being idle. It's always working for the citizens. We have some grants where we have to upfront the money and then we get reimbursed. Or we have, we're shuffling it between our investments to earn interest income. And that's some of the windfall that we've received. So this windfall that we see builds up in our fund balance isn't necessarily from our property tax. The majority of it is from our sales tax. It's for other revenue sources. So the next slide, we have this year's budget raised $9.2 million, or 23% in property taxes over last year's budget. So the first page of the budget book, we're required to put in large font and bold highlighted a calculation required by the state And this calculation is for the adjusted assessed value, the increase from that to an unadjusted value. So what's missing in the calculation is the disputed values under protest, where it's gone and you protest your valuation with the Assessment Review Board. What's also not included in that calculation is the taxes paid to our TIF funds. So we tried to explain this increase of $9.2 million with the back page with an asterisk, and we go through the detail. We'll do a much better job at kind of highlighting that reconciliation process. The next concern that we've seen voiced is the landfill money of $10 million wasn't used on landfill expenditures. And again, this is a landfill post-closure liability worksheet that we gave council. It's a calculation, and when we doubled the capacity in 2017, it extended the life of the landfill. The landfill is the closure of it is a continuous basis. We're always spending money to have the future process of close down. So all expenses have been related to that future closing of the landfill. Another concern that's been voiced is property tax rate cuts were just met with fee increases. And last year's budget included the 2-cent property tax cut, and the majority of these fee changes were related to recreation memberships. So parks updated their fees to be more in line with the market, and membership or pass prices are considered specific user fees. In this case, they're utilizing different recreation activities. And we have a concern that's been voiced, issuing debt will cost us more. And I have a future slide that goes into more detail about our low debt rates. But newly issued debt will not increase our property tax rate. The city's debt strategy has been to issue new debt as existing principal and interest payments are decreasing. And that way we maintain a low debt rate and we maintain our AAA bond rating. So we're showing we have strong fiscal management that helps the city save interest expense. And if you think about it, much like your personal household, you want to keep low debt, but there's some expenses, your car, your house, where you're going to have to go and get debt. If you have a credit rating and you have a low credit rating, you're going to pay a much larger interest rate. And that's similar to what we have with our AAA bond rating. We have a high credit score. Okay, so I wanted to reinforce this visual because I like the math on it. So we've shown this previously in several of our town halls and budget books. So the dollar bill, the misconception is that the tax bill that you receive in the mail is all going to the city. So a quarter of this bill is really to Farmers Branch. And 74%, or 3/4 of this property tax bill is for our commercial parcels. About 2/3 of the residents receive a homestead exemption of 20%, and 1/3 of our residents receive the exemption for our senior and disabled of $100,000. So I have, I believe, some slides that can show this a little bit better if you wanted to go at the end and look at them. But I love how this shows that Farmers Branch is one of the best in the size of our city for our property tax. So if I was to take an average value home, which is calculated by DCAD, at $380,531, and I actually did the calculations and compared them to all these cities, you're going to see where our proposed fiscal year Farmers Branch 25 is 12th on that list. So let me kind of go through the mechanisms of how this was calculated. So we wanted to show was an apples to apples comparison. So such and such city, I've heard this before, they have a much lower tax rate. Well, do they have as high of a homestead exemption? Do they have as high of a senior tax exemption? So we did the calculation using that average household price of $380,531 with each of these cities, and we use cities that are in Dallas County and surrounding cities for a comparison, because we're in competition with a lot of these cities. And you're seeing that when it comes to the senior exemption especially, we just are towards the top. There's some that we won't be able to compare with because those cities have different economic factors. Highland Park, University Park, high property tax values. Grapevine, Plano, they have sales tax. Allen, they have larger sales tax, commercial properties. We have Frisco that has their 2 cents of their sales tax because they are not on the mass transit. So we're showing in this slide in particular that with the senior disabled exemption, it reduces the tax bill 49% with our currently proposed tax rate of 0.539. That's with a 3-cent cut. So we had it 49% last year, and with the proposed, it still remains. We still are the best of the best for the city of our size. So kind of continuing to showcase that Farmers Branch is financially strong when you compare them to other cities. We're in the top 5 cities in Dallas County with the lowest debt tax rate. And I need to kind of clarify, in previous bond election meetings, we talked about our 3% debt ratio. And that's a computation of the required debt payments compared to our overall city budget. This slide shows our INS rate. It's sorted by our INS rate. INS meaning our interest and sinking. There's an M&O rate, which is our maintenance and operation. Those 2 rates combined make up our total tax rate. So the new debt issuance we talked about before will not change our INS rate. So any reductions we're talking about on the property tax rate will affect our M&O, our maintenance and operations rate. And again, if you look at those cities in comparison, again, you're going to have Highland Park and University Park with their high property values.
All right, I'm going to take this slide real quick for the council. This is one that feels very important to show the journey we're on. So going back all the way to fiscal year 1983, so basically 41 years into the past, what I showed is the tax rate, the change. So in red means it increased the tax rate. In light green means there was a small reduction in the tax rate. Bold green is here we are today. And so I feel like this is very important is this shows over 40 different elected officials, including the group here today, that have been part of the city's tax rate, ultimately the deciders of what the city will charge as the property tax rate. We've talked about the city's growth from this time to today, what the population's been. So there's many different ways we can look at this, but from 1983, a much smaller city to the city we are today, which growth also comes with revenues, but it comes with more expenses. What I'm trying to show here is last year we talked a lot about the tax rate and 2 cents. And it's like, is 2 cents a lot or not? Well, it depends. And the way I want to put it in context is for the first time in 40 years, that was the largest tax rate reduction in the history of Farmers Branch for the last 40 years. Before that, the budget did a lot of movement that was foundational formation years for the city as it was growing. But this is, you see the city becoming the city it is today. 2 cents was the largest rate reduction. The budget as currently starting to come together proposed for council consideration and feedback, which is what we're doing today, is at 3 cents. And so what I'm looking at showing here and trying to highlight is over all of those years, and one of those things that was talked about, and I've heard back in the community before, is back in 2008, 2010, 100 employees were let go. But what I want to also show is, at the end of the day, the tax rate didn't change, or it actually went up. So at the end of the day, when you look at the budget, What matters is what the city's charging to the residents, and the trajectory we're on right now to being fiscally responsible with these service levels we have today. We're still looking at a trend of continuous budget cutting of levels the city hasn't seen in over 4 decades. I feel that's very, very important to show trajectory is important. It shows what direction we're going, leaning out services. And we'll talk about that a little bit more when we talk about the Journey to 3 cents slides, which are coming up. But this is one where I really wanted to highlight the path we're on is doing something that's unprecedented as far as the discussion goes. It's starting at 3 cents, and it could easily move. There's options on the table to be considered today. But I feel it's really important to show, as an elected body, how difficult it is to cut through all the information and find where can we be leaner and more efficient, and that's what's happening today as well. But it started before we even got here. I understood clearly this council wanted to see tax cuts, and as I became your city manager, I told you I would bring you tax cuts. And if there's room for more, we'll find them together, and that's my job to do. But this is really important because I want to show as a council, shout out to the councils from the past as well, but starting last year, moving into this year, you're in uncharted territory for the city, but we're finding a way to do it as well, with you all's guiding us on what you'd like to see. But I felt that's very important to go back in history and say, this hasn't been done before, but here we are today discussing these possibilities.
So I'm going to take over because I love this slide. I'm an accounting geek. Fund relationships. So we've heard before, $186 million budget. That's a really large budget. It's been creeping up. But what I wanted to show is it's not all in the general fund. So the general fund, those top boxes up there, contain the bulk of the services of the city. Your general government, your public works, your public safety, your culture and recreation. So other parts of the budget, and I'll show you the percentage that relates to those, is your debt service, your economic development, your special revenue. These have specific requirements and unique restrictions on their revenue and expenses. So tonight's council requested exercise is really only talking about the general fund. And the general fund is unique in that it's considered like a universal donor. This fund can give, but the other funds cannot. So we have, in the past, we've given to the hotel motel fund during the pandemic. We've given a loan, a current loan to the hotel motel fund. There's been, if there were to be a water tower that was to, God bless forbid, break down, we could give loans or payments to our water and sewer fund. So let's dig a little bit further into the general fund budget. So of that $186 million budget that was approved last year, 87 million of that is general fund, representing 46.7% of the total budget. So, and you can see out of the total $186 million budget, public safety is 20%, capital projects are 21%. And where does the money come from? So, general fund revenue sources. So, sales tax representing 26%. That's our most volatile revenue source. Property tax, 52%. It's our steady source of income. And with a $44.9 million property tax budget, this represents only 30.9% of the entire city revenue sources. If you break that down further, with commercial paying 74%, that means residents are only contributing 11.7 million, or 8% of the city's total revenue. Our expenses, the bulk of our expenses are going towards public safety, 44%. And per the city council's directions for tonight's exercise, we are not looking at cuts to public safety. So that leaves 56% of the remaining budget to focus on our public works, our non-departmental, our parks and recreation, and our general government. So those are our public works, being our streets, our water, our sewer. We've got general government where we have the CMO's office, we have the services that help our public safety, IT, HR, finance, and then, of course, Parks and Recreation. So those are some amenities that we're going to look into further with this exercise tonight. And this is just more of a breakdown of where the pennies go for the general fund. In this, the tax rate that was adopted last year, a 0.569, the total tax rate, we've got it broken down between the different divisions. Debt service, we already looked at, it's 0.0486 of that tax rate, and we've got 3 cents to public works, we've got 12 cents to police, 9 cents, close to 10 cents for parks and library, fire, 10 cents, etc. So as we were putting together a budget, we have to start with our revenue. So we have, where do we have some revenue increases? So we've already talked about where's the property tax cap with SB2 of 3.5% growth. We had at the previous city council meeting a discussion on credit card fees, and the consensus was 2.5% on utility bills. And the previous council approved an ordinance where it has a trash fee going into effect on October 1st of $5 for our residents and $250 for our seniors per month. Where do we have some revenue decreases when we were looking at putting together our budget? We have an economic downturn, so our sales tax right now, we're down 1.7 million from comparison to last year. We're also setting aside, remember, a component of our fund balance has our revenue stabilization fund, where we have set aside money that goes towards a loss of a large business and money set aside for a comptroller ruling that we are still joined with other cities in a lawsuit. Once we have that ruling, if it goes in our favor, then we can have a discussion with our council on what we do and whether we reduce that funding source, that level of funding. We have our Medicare, Medicaid reimbursement for ambulance. That's about averaging close to $500,000 a year. That's going away. We have falling, we think, with the Fed, they will reduce the rates eventually, hopefully, knock on wood. But that means our investment income will go down. We have cable franchise fees. We are also in a lawsuit with other cities, and that our franchise fees are going down for cable services due to the streaming services. So where are the increases in expenses coming from? So we have a lot of increases, and most personal households are feeling this effect as well. We've got, just going through the list, it's all over the place. We have fleet at 40% cost of inflation. That's the national average. Trash service, that $139,000, that does include, I believe, the contract accelerator for that. We have merit raises at 3%. Those include our public safety. New positions, we have $913,202. That was a previous presentation to City Council. That includes the 3 officers for the COPS grant. We have contracts that when they renew or they're on an accelerator, now IT, that's averaging 5 to 7%. For our streets and overlay, it's 6%. Library, 2.5%. Electricity, 12%. Our sewer with Trinity River Authority, 13.7%. Dallas Water Utilities, which is our water supply, 6.94%. Our property and risk insurance, 10%. We have additional expenses that are yet to be determined with some of the parks that will be coming online. All that to say that these increases are far beyond the 3.5% growth that we're capped at with our property tax. And I kind of like this slide because nobody is giving us a break in our prices. So we don't have any expenses that have been decreasing, unfortunately. We wanted to provide this chart to show in the future slides where we're coming up with a penny savings if some services were to be cut. So when we calculated it out, I said a penny is close to $1 million to the city. So a penny cut would be $1 million cut to the city. And what is that reflected on the tax bill to our residents? So we used for most of these future slides the median home value of $500,000. So for a penny cut on a $500,000 home, it would be an annual savings with a homestead exemption of $40 annually. And then it's $30 for our seniors. And we used this last year in our budget town hall. It's a good visual or graphic to show all the services that the city provides for on a monthly basis, $124 for a resident, and for our seniors, $77. And we used a cell phone, but you can use other things, Medicare reimbursement. But for the value you get, it is a very good service that's provided.
All right, here's where it transitions to me. I'll speak quick, so we'll have time to discuss whatever we'd like to talk about. So Mayor and Council, this part of the presentation focuses on the budget as it's currently forming to be presented to you all, looking for guidance. So I'm looking for affirmation at the end of this to say, I'm good with these steps that have been made to get us to 3 cents so far. So the first thing that's recommended here is I did recommend in my budget closing the Citizen Collection Center and removing that position. I'm not advocating for laying off staff. I have open positions in Public Works and Parks. The goal would be to have that person apply and see if there's another position within the city as well. The other challenge is part-time positions. You've looked at some of these positions, you know we do it by a pool of funds, and so it's hard, we do a formula to calculate how many positions it is, but it's really just a pool of funds that we have for part-time positions. Part-time employees are getting more expensive as well, so I asked Parks to say, why are we open when we're open? Can we be more efficient with our service delivery? And so they did. So the proposed budget does include reduced hours at all of the public-facing amenity buildings, and so you're going to see all of those buildings have reduced hours. Another part of that is reducing the number of events. Again, slowly chipping away, trying to reduce the tax burden. Another one as well is the bus from the fleet. We've talked about the fleet and how it's behind. And so part of that is, we had to consider what is this bus being used for? And so is it a $120,000 vehicle to have a journey outside the city to a restaurant? It wasn't a good fit for what we see as Farmers Branches. We should be supporting our local businesses as well, but it's also $120,000 and we're struggling we have a fleet that's aged and we're trying to catch it back up. I try and remove recurring maintenance challenges to the city. And so that's going to be why you see the fountain at Valley View and also this fountain that's right here at City Hall. That was a $40,000 per year in maintenance fountain. And so that's why it's got tape around it and it's not in service. I don't believe in paying $40,000 to maintain a fountain that continues to break. So we're working on solutions for that hopefully will matriculate up to the council in the near future for you all to consider and hopefully endorse. But we're looking for solutions because you shouldn't come into City Hall and see caution tape all around the backside of it. But what's the solution look like? And so your Art and Culture Committee is working on a solution and a recommendation to come to you all. The Chamber of Commerce's, so the Farmers Branch Chamber is no longer in existence, so that contract will be canceled, so that solves money as well. The MetroCrest Chamber has indicated they do not favor their contract, and so with non-performance, I will move to cancel that contract as well. Remove mosquito monitoring and reduce spraying, and this is one because of the environment we're in. We want to be more aggressive with being proactive with mosquito sources. Spraying for mosquitoes does not solve the problem unless you find where they're breeding. So we want to be more aggressive and proactive with our code teams, neighborhood services team, and being out there and saying they're standing water so our health team can get out there and take care of it. The blade entryway monuments, there was once a plan to put those across the city of all of our major entrances. They are very, very, very expensive. I don't recommend putting any more in, so I removed that in my proposed budget. Implementing the subsidized trash fee, it has an asterisk, that would be restricted revenue, so even though it's showing as a revenue source, that would be dedicated to closure, post-closure of the landfill. And then ending our contract with the city clinics, that would also remove $200,000 from the book, so $1.8 million coming off there of the budget that we saw in last year, in the current year's budget, that wouldn't be in next year's budget. The other part of this is just, call it management and efficiency actions. This is from a city as direction I give my staff on what we're going to do as we approach the budget. So a big one is no increase in overtime in fire and police. Previously, we discussed about the increases in salaries. We were behind market for fire and police, and what it took to catch them up was essentially 20% increases in pay for fire and police, but that was to bring them into market and make sure they're being paid appropriately. But what we didn't do was increase the overtime budget. They were told to manage within the budget and hold the line. There will be a day and a time when that overtime budget needs to start moving again, but I wanted them to be more efficient with their allocation of resources, because it's easy to say, I need more money. I wanted them to manage within the budget, but eventually there will become a point where that's no longer possible. I've asked the team to already start looking at new policies for brush and bulk. You know, Councilman Neal, we had an issue in your district with somebody who basically moved out or got kicked out or evicted. They just put all the stuff on the curb because they know the city will get it. We'll get there eventually. And so we're looking at restricting that in a way to where it still favors our residents' day-to-day needs, but doesn't make it to where folks can take advantage of our services, or businesses. We've actually had businesses running out of the city before that it's like, how many toilets can you replace in 1 year? Well, we had one home that had replaced 20 or so. That's not your house. That's running a business, and you're using the city to take it away. So we're trying to be more efficient with our service delivery. Moving the public safety, the fire vehicles, including this one, are moving to certificates of obligation. Reducing the departmental funding request by over $2 million. The departments had a lot of ask. Over $2 million were struck from what made it to you all. This is another service level reduction. I'm recommending, we talked about the medians and how we're going to get those medians. The council said, well, we're comfortable with contracting on this side or that side. We want to move in that direction. The medians are shared by all at $280,000, but then I still had the challenge within the parks team of maintenance. They still need help with maintenance, and those positions, if they were to not contract it out, would have helped with other needs. We have more parks coming online. We've grown in our park needs and what's required to be done to make the parks to the standard we have them. And so on this one, I'm making the recommendation in the proposed budget to remove the Rose Garden and community gardens. And in place of that, reallocate those personnel to the median needs, to Squire Park, to Mercer Park, wherever parks needs the maintenance help. So basically focusing our allocation to focus on our core needs. You know, should we have an arboretum in front of City Hall to be determined? As your city manager, I'm recommending no. And that would reallocate those resources and make the median request now budget neutral. So it's not affecting the budget in any negative way. So we're hedging against that increase in service delivery as well. So we talked about this a little bit, and this just explains how I'm approaching going beyond 3 cents. And so when we talk about going beyond 3 cents, it's service cuts. Where do we cut service levels to align and adjust them to get there? And once Tammy talked about all the numbers. When you see those numbers together and you take public safety out as almost half the general fund budget, it really comes down to amenities, which is going to heavily be the Parks and Recreation Department and the non-bond CIP area. So there's places we can look at this, but that's the approach that was taken. I didn't touch employee benefits at all. I didn't change any standards in current public safety. But one of the cuts you will look at will be the additional positions that were asked for by public safety. Preserved the fund balance and kept the focus on maintaining the bond rating and considered only general fund expenses and revenue. So as Tammy set the foundation, it shows where we can make moves to affect the tax rate. First one, this is kind of small, is we keep reducing in the offerings from the Parks Department. And so it's more events. It's a small number, but it's how we kind of got here in the first place. Is we can do it. It's just a little bit, but it gets more and more expensive until hundreds of thousands becomes tens and hundreds of thousands to millions. Didn't sound like y'all had an appetite for any facility discussion, so if you'd like for efficiency, I'll move right through these, or I can talk about them. I'll look for a nod to just keep going. Keep going. Okay, so I'm gonna keep going. Skipping or staying on them and talking through them? You want me to go through the facilities?
You can if you'd like to, yes.
Okay. Well, basically what we did on this one is I want to give a lot of credit to the Parks Department here for They focused on revenues for years, and now we're shifting to more of the service delivery we provide and how we provide it. But that focus on revenue has made it to where it's not just the expense we're cutting, it's looking at what are the revenues as well and the net impact. Anytime we did a change, we tried to show what it would mean to the average homeowner. So when you see that slide that showed the $40 and $30, what is that a year on the tax bill, and what is it monthly, so you can consider it from that lens. And I also wanted to show the visitors for these facilities, 72,000 visits per year at the Aquatic Center. The Mansky Library, it's expensive to run a library. It's over $2.2 million. And there may be an opportunity to renegotiate the contract, but that would be also include a service level cut. They would reduce hours and staffing time to make it less expensive, but it's still a very expensive building. It's older, it's aged, it's got infrastructure as well. But again, over 100,000 visitors per year. It was also vital when we didn't have power. There were a lot of residents in there when we didn't have power. So a nice air-conditioned building when we don't have power and you can get internet, work on whatever you need to work on is valuable to the community as well. But what does that value translate to? I would leave that to the council. You know, the branch connection, because of the voter-approved bonds and the investment that's going into this, I would never recommend closing it, but I just put everything up here so you can consider and see the data behind it, because I didn't want to arbitrarily say, no, council, this can't be considered. I would not recommend it, but I would say is it's important for you to see the numbers and the service level to the community and what it costs to run the facility. Recreation Center, again, this is one that has almost 200,000 visitors per year. It's your most heavily utilized facility in the city. It's recently renovated. Wouldn't recommend this as being closed. It is up for hour adjustments based on use and data, and that would happen from the parks team, but it's just showing here's the data behind what does it cost to run a city. So all of a sudden we're saying, okay, we're not looking at public safety. We're not going to look at facilities. There's not much. The room to cutting is getting lower and lower. This is one that's an interesting concept. So this is Marsh Lane in 635. And I call it a tale of two cities on this one because you'll go throughout the city, Webb Chapel, Valley View, you'll also see this. Sometime along the way, a long time ago, we decided we didn't want to see fences. And so what we did is we agreed to let residents plant bushes, or we planted bushes, a little bit of both, and the city's maintaining them. But you're seeing it on the west side, there are no bushes. On the east side, there are bushes. Whenever there's a hole in bushes, the parks team's going out, there's irrigation systems involved. And so this is saying most cities put grass down and maintain the grass. And then at the end of the day, if there's an issue with the fence, that's what code enforcement's for. And so that is one, this is a unique one where there's an imbalance in service delivery. It's not a lot of money. This would cause probably a lot of feedback from the residents, but I'm just saying it's there. It's something that's above and beyond what a city would do. Remove contracts for service. We are not a social service organization, so we do contract those services out. You all recently received presentations from all of these organizations and about their value proposition to the city. They do show how for every dollar they get from us, it's exponentially impactful to the community. But again, if we're making cuts, these are things that can be considered as well for removal. All the contracts have out clauses that are on budget appropriation, and this is what we're talking about. This budget includes quite a few positions from the city of Farmers Branch. I can confidently say from non-public safety, these positions represent kind of the end game for the city of Farmers Branch. There will not be any more positions from non-public safety coming forward. From fire, I'm confident from the fire chief, this is it. We're at build out. Unless 10 years from now we have an exponential increase in maybe EMS calls, that may be something a decade or so away where we may need to consider adding another medic to the rotation, but that's not today. And so fire with this request gets to their staffing level that they've already presented on and the value of that staffing level. The police department's still growing. We have a new chief in his position. He's doing an amazing job, and y'all have seen that. They're doing what y'all have asked them to do. They're out there, they're present. Do people still speed? Absolutely, but they're getting caught a lot more for it. So they're doing what was asked to be done by the team. And we're trying to get a grant as well, but I wanted to show you all what that looked like from the council. So these are the positions thrown in here. If we're gonna make a cut, you don't add. That's the simple way to get a cut. I would say of all these positions, there's one that's actually budget positive. That's the fleet inventory one. Removing the outsourcing of the fleet and bringing it in-house actually saves the city money. So that's a positive move. So if we're going to cut all the positions, I would recommend that one stays because it actually helps the budget. It's cheaper, significantly cheaper for us to manage our own warehouse. Remove raises. I have one team standing here united. It's we don't want to do raises. That's something that would also reduce the tax rate. And what would happen on that one, there would be no raises. The only raises that would go to an effect would be for frontline fire and police uniformed individuals that are on step plans. So the officers and administration, they would not get raises along with the rest of the city staff. And that is also another element as well to consider. This is another way to streamline the efficiency of our service delivery. Most cities are once-a-week trash service. This is a way to say there's a mechanism to do that. It could be there and say, hey, this would save almost $400,000. It's a way of reducing expenses on the city and helping with that as well. But again, we show the savings. It's not a lot, but every piece adds up. This one's probably going to be a little bit less well received. Cities don't pay for electric bills. They don't pay for gas bills. They don't pay water bills. And this is one of the only cities I know of that pays the trash bill. The trash bill is something the city of Farmers Branch subsidizes as a government organization. Now, the trash fee makes it a heavily subsidized, but still subsidized component of the billing structure from a private organization, because it's not our bill, it's CWD's. But this shows what it would look like if we went to totally removing the subsidy on the trash service. There's a point to where this is actually a cost benefit to homeowners. Homes that cost $2 million or more, this is actually better for them. They win on this deal because of the tax rate, what they would be paying on a $2 million home. They would win on having trash service no longer subsidized by the city because of the reduction in the tax rate. And so, cuts to the capital improvement program. I didn't break all these out into different numbers because honestly, we're running out of time. And the theme is pretty apparent. When it's $1 million as a penny, it makes it easier to have this discussion. The Parks Master Plan at $600,000 per year, that's one that if we wanted to cut, it's really a new element to the non-bond CIP. I believe it's 2 years old. It hasn't been fully realized or utilized, but then I would also move to say, do we still need our Parks Master Plan if we don't have a funding source for it? So if we can't fund it, do we keep the plan or not? Trail improvements, that's another one that we could strike as well. We can always go for more grants and see what that looks like, but again, just trying to find improvements as well. Streets I would not touch, but it's in there. That's the general fund at 2.6. And so when you look at the 2.6, it honestly probably needs to be larger than that because streets you saw the increases. They're getting more and more expensive. We talked about how much is 1 lane mile of street to repair, replace. You're over $1 million, and that's just 1 lane, and some of these streets are 6 lanes wide, so they're paved in very expensive materials. Ball field light replacement is technically in the non-bond CIP. Again, I put everything up here. This one is part of a revenue stream for parks as we rent out fields. I wouldn't recommend cutting this one, but again, if we cut it, we also have to cut the corresponding revenue, so it's not as big of an impact as it could be. Outsourced brush and bulk. So I wanted to show we looked at where we could. What happens if we outsource it? Actually, it would cost us more money. And during a storm event like we just experienced, while it took a while to get everything done, no longer than other cities that don't have brush and bulk in-house, they're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in contract extensions and expansions of scope to meet the needs of the community, where we are not. And so that's a different alignment as well. So since this would cost us more money, I'm not recommending it, but I wanted to show we looked at it as well as a component and an option. With that being said, what we're really looking for is feedback on the journey to 3 cents. So if we go beyond 3 cents, if anything changes in as proposed 3 cents, then we have to look at somewhere else to make cuts to make up for any changes. That's part of that discussion I'm asking the council to have is the 3 cent budget was built on those foundational elements that I put on there with the journey to 3 cents. If there's something we want to change in there, it's going to impact another aspect of the budget. So something else will have to move. And part of those, we look at those, it's debt issuance. Are we comfortable with the debt issuance? Are we comfortable with the fund balance alignment and the bond rating? Are we comfortable with trash service and the fee? And what's that mean for the tax rate? With that, try to get us through it as quickly as possible. Turn it over to you all, Mayor and Council.
You're ready. Thank you very much. I think it was very fruitful to have you break it down the way you did. And so I'm going to go around and we'll get everybody's thoughts. Councilman Roman?
I have a question.
Yes.
Your slide on the journey to 3 cents, you had mentioned in there,
What page are you?
I don't know, it's not numbered.
This one?
No.
3 cents.
First or second?
The first.
Okay.
Yeah, that one. So you had mentioned.
21.
So you had mentioned in there, removing the branch connection bus from the fleet. So I believe there was a bus that was purchased, for the rec center, right? Is there not a way to share that asset with them, or what?
Let us call on our friend. Jessica, would you
Yep.
mind coming on up? And Jessica, just because this
I'm
is
gonna-
recorded, can you go to the podium and use the microphone, please?
Yeah,
Sorry, I
just
just wanna
so
make sure
everybody
everybody
can
can
hear.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
Jessica Alvarado, Recreation Superintendent. Yes, we did purchase a bus last fiscal year. That bus should arrive in October. That bus will arrive, and that bus can be shared during the year. However, we do have holiday camps and summer camp, which is about 12 weeks long, that there would be kind of a conflict with trips for our seniors. Currently, with renovations going on at their facility and then being relocated, they take 1 to maybe 2 field trips a month. However, once their building is rebuilt, we do plan on looking at bringing on-site entertainment, looking at resources that we can minimize the utilization of their fleet vehicle.
Okay. Thank you. And then for in that same slide,
You follow up?
Right,
Sorry.
I just wanted to follow a conversation that you and I had been on the research that was done in regards to the rationale for reducing the hours at the recreation center, aquatic center, and all that. Because you had said something like, it's open up very early in the morning, and there's only 3 people that.
Yeah, so what we did is I asked the Parks and Rec team to look at their utilization and use data, because the data I was seeing was showing that we were sometimes opening facilities and staffing them for a very small number versus the majority of utilization, and that a lot of aquatic centers have a cadence that's a little bit different from ours. Ours seems to be open all hours for everyone, and it was more of, could we be open, some do a split where it's mornings and afternoons, some do, they are open earlier and close earlier, or open later and close later. So I challenged Parks to said, from an operational standpoint, how could we be most efficient with our resources? So for example, if it's 4 people to run the building, why would we open it for just 3 people using it? Yes, we're going to make 3 people upset, but having 4 staffers in a building, it's an efficient use of resources in a climbing personnel cost environment. We have to be cognizant of serving the majority of our residents in the most efficient manner possible. A lot of these seem like it's, a lot of the alignments that I feel that we have that we're looking at trimming back now are, it won't cost that much, it'll be okay. And when you first do this, it doesn't cost that much, but then it's like, hey, can we open maybe an hour earlier? Okay, now it's 2 hours earlier. Or could we plant 1 rose bush and now there's 500 rose bushes? And so it's more of looking at this from an efficiency standpoint. How could we be more efficient with the allocation of our resources? So I asked them to do this for all of our facilities, including the historical park, even though it's not in the general fund, it's in hotel motel, because it's open 7 days a week. And I saw these requests for more salaries, more hours. I'm like, why? Show me what's needed. I love the historical park, it's beautiful, but should we be open 7 days a week for any city facility like that that doesn't have the utilization of the others? And I would argue the answer is no. And so I said, when could you close to make it easier to balance the budget and utilize the resources we have? Because a lot of park staffing is part-time. They don't have that many full-timers. You'll see that with the aquatic center. They had a whole bunch of budgeted part-times, but again, it's just a bucket of money. They don't have that many full-time employees, and so it stretches them thin. We have to rely on those part-timers. So we're trying to control the budget through just basically leanness. How can we be more lean and be more efficient with our service delivery? Not saying cut the service, but be more efficient with the service delivery. And so that's what Parks was tasked with, and that's where those, it's still to be determined. We're gonna want council to look at these too, but that's what's proposed, is cutting hours to help realize some savings or hedge against cost increases. So can we be more budget neutral? But Rob jumped up, so I'll give Rob a chance to throw something in there.
Well, the point I was getting at, based on the conversation that we had, is that cost reduction would have a very minimal impact on service provided.
Most likely, little to overall picture, huge to whoever's using it at those times. So
Right,
yes,
Right, but I'm talking overall.
that's the goal.
Yep, thank you.
Well, just kind of to reiterate what Ben was saying, when we looked at all the reductions that we had, we were looking at the biggest bang for the buck, where we could make some changes and adjustments. And so what we provided council was those reductions with the direction that Ben gave us, so the least impact to the users. And also from a staff perspective, we've been looking at the bucket of hours, and we can go in and make adjustments to exact times once we get an idea of exactly how many hours we're going to have budgeted for these facilities. But we did look at all the facilities to come up with that number that you have on the screen.
I have a question or two. Ben, I'm not sure who to ask.
Okay.
Can you give me a breakdown of how many employees are needed to open or run the rec center, the aquatic center, the branch connection?
I think they may have that right up there.
We have the numbers in the budget book. Let me go grab that real quick.
Jessica, I think what he's asking is from an operational
So
standpoint.
where
not
I was
from-
going was, do we need
Okay.
4 people at the rec center? Can you get by with 3
Yes.
and maintain?
So
the-
she can answer
That's sort of where I'm going with some of this.
That's a great question. So for an example, at the Recreation Center, we have 2 people for safety perspective. So we have one person who operates downstairs and one person who operates upstairs and floats downstairs. So we have 2 people. At 7:30, when my full-time team comes on, that second person then is relieved and goes home, and it's manned by the front desk part-timer with my full-time team manning the coffee station, refilling wipes, wiping down equipment, doing that from a full-time perspective since it's already included in the salary. And then once about 4:30, we'll bring on two more part-timers. So you're looking at an average day, about 3 part-timers. You also have to take into consideration at the Recreation Center, we host holiday camps and summer funshine, which require staff to student ratios. And so that's where you'll see an increase in part-timers, as well as the aquatic center. We have to have so many staff on stand, switching out, kind of resting, and then kind of just rotating. And so that's where you'll see an increase. However, at facilities like the historical park, it's mostly ran by their full-time team. Whereas when they have different programs and events, they only have 2 part-timers on staff, which as of right now, they only have 1 filled. So we're very lean on our part-time usage, and try to utilize our full-time employees to the maximum.
Is that something we could look into, Ben, and salvage that hours of availability for our residents by maybe reducing one staff member here or there?
Are you talking about full-time staff members
Uh,
or?
However you guys would look at it, whether it's a part-time or a full-time.
So that's what we're.
To adjust, so that we could maintain the hours availability for those residents,
No, absolutely.
not reducing their access hours, limiting maybe by cutting an employee usage there, maybe that would
So-
offset that reduction in hours of availability for the resident.
So keep the same hours, but lower the staffing levels.
Yeah, unless it poses some sort of safety or public issue, like,
I'm gonna let
safety
Parks
problems.
grab that one. They
Well,
probably have it.
and Councilman, I think typically, just to give you kind of how Parks and Rec, these types of facilities work, having come from another city, there are heavy part-time staff. So we utilize part-time staff, I would say aquatics, recreation, a majority of the staffing that, and as Jessica was indicating, we have part-time basically running the facility where full-time's kind of in the background and overseeing the operations. So I would say we are doing it the cheapest way possible in that we have a lean staff and we have part-time staff, and that we don't have, and I would say that's not typical, because a lot of cities, similar cities and areas, I'd say, the larger recreation facilities might have more full-time staff to be able, or like a health club, a private type facility. So I would say the model typically for public recreation is going to be heavy part-time, lean staff. We're not going to have 15 people on the fitness floor showing people how to do equipment. I mean, we have minimal staff watching for safety and cleanliness and things like that. That's our priority. So we already kind of are at that model, and this is what we've presented is in that direction. Not that we can't make any adjustments or look at anything. I'm just kind of giving you the overview.
Thank you.
And one more thing to add, I'm so sorry. The reduction in hours that we're looking at proposing is very minimal. A recreation center, we're looking at about 6 hours, operational hours, reducing branch connection 7 hours. I'm working alongside my team managers in identifying when it's slowest in their building and when we can reduce on operating. And so we are looking at wholly how we can save with staff costs as well as our expenditures.
So can we just circle back to my sort of original question? How many staff members are required to operate and run the rec center on a day?
2.
Do you know? Just 2? And the branch connection?
We usually do 1 there, 1 part-timer.
Okay, historical park?
0, time to time 1. It's run off of full-time staff. So we have full-time staff answering phones, giving tours, and doing their
So
operations.
that's 1 full-time person handling
They have
those
4,
calls and-
they have 4 full-time.
So it's 4.
Full-times,
not
yeah.
0, 1.
Yeah, part-timers, we have 1. Recreation center,
I'm
we
talking about
have.
total, both full-time and part-time
Okay,
collectively together for each one of these.
Okay, so let's start over.
Ranges.
The recreation center, full-time and part-time, you're looking at 6. 6 at the recreation center, so you have 4. No, you have 5 full-time, 4 full-time, 2
Can
part-time.
you give us how many full-time and then how many part-time?
Yes, I can get that information to you guys.
Well, if you look in your budget books, because I don't want to deviate too much from that, but if you look at in the budget book, the current one, page 271, that lays our head count. If you look at the recreation center, it's listed in there, and we've got, it shows the full-time and part-time. So currently, we have, it says 4.6 full-time and 39 part-time. It's at kind of it's Division 6052. And has all the positions in there from recreation manager all the way down to our part-time staff.
Rob, the key thing here is that that's pooled funds, so it's not an accurate head count of part-time employees. It's a calculation based on the budget allocation. So they hire and utilize part-time positions based on the budget to match the operational stance of the
Yeah, I'm
facility.
just trying to understand how many employees, full-time or part-time, it takes to open and run the rec center. And
Yeah.
if we can adjust that in some way to maintain availability for our residents by adjusting that in some way. And the same would apply for the branch connection, historical park, the other. It's just my thoughts. I mean, I see them listed here, but does that mean that they're not all working at their
Correct.
given department on a given
Yeah,
day,
the-
right? So
Absolutely. They're not all working at that exact time. We did reduce our staffing levels about 5 years ago. And so we used to have at any given moment, at least between full-time and part-time, 6 to 8 employees. We had a fitness division, plus we had a front desk division, plus we had our management team. We drastically reduced that and scaled back. And so we typically will have a part-timer operating our operations with full-time staff there to assist with other operations that we would normally, in years past, had a part-timer.
Okay, we'll come back to him. Councilman Jackson, do you have anything while we're on this subject?
Not on Parks and Rec. I would suggest that if we're looking at, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I would suggest that if we're looking at reducing hours at these other facilities, we certainly need to look at the library contract, renegotiate that, and reduce those hours as well. Just doesn't make sense to me to reduce hours at all these other facilities and not impact the library in some way as well. I also want to go back to, let me find the slide here. Slide 21. I want to make sure I understand the bottom. We're talking about removing the rose garden. To go back, yeah. So in the proposal to 3 cents, we would be removing the rose garden and community garden?
Yes.
Is there a cost associated simply with, what we're going to do, return that to grass? We're going to dig up all the bushes and everything and just return that to grass? Is there a cost involved in simply that transition?
There would be a cost, but because of how we would have overlap between the median takeover and the fiscal year and that alignment, there's opportunities for us to, there's different programs we're already looking at. So if this moves forward in its current form, could we do community events? Could we not bulldoze anything, but have a way of having the residents take a piece of the parks home with them as we hopefully dig up the plants and return them to however we would approach that. But yes, there would be a cost and allocation of resources, but if we move from maintaining, they can move then to removing. So instead of maintaining, the focus of the staff would move to removing and redefining those assets as basically grassland, parkland for the city. So the staff would work on transitioning the parcels. Yes, there would be some cost in there and we'd work towards capturing that cost as well. But I'm focused on the recurring cost in this transaction, and that is removing the recurring cost that was presented of the contract for services that would escalate. So instead of doing that, can we use our current resources to do it if we refocused? And that's how we would approach it. So as the fiscal year rolled, the team would move from removing these assets instead of maintaining them. And then as it returns, there would be some cost for the materials, and then we'll move forward and address the medians.
Okay. And can I go up one more slide to the prior slide, the last line, ending the contract with the city clinic. Can you give us, and for those that are watching, more context around what is the city clinic? Who uses it? And is that going to be viewed as a benefit takeaway for employees?
Jeffrey, go ahead.
Sure. Jeffrey Ross, Deputy Director of Human Resources. So the city clinic was underutilized and likely undercommunicated as a resource for city employees. So when we started looking at where it's at in the contract phase, the contract was going to end and we were going to be able to have an option to not renew that. I do think that there are some viable options in the future, maybe for looking at different options for our healthcare plans. But the city clinic in itself was just underutilized and like I said, undercommunicated.
Jeff, could we not look at renegotiating?
Okay,
that?
thank you. That's all I have at the moment, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there. Could we look at renegotiating that and possibly working something out with Dallas Medical Center, the hospital that's located in the city?
There's always options to go and look at what could be done with any vendor. So we'd have to look at that and see what are the options, what are the costs, what are the benefits to city employees, things like that.
When you say that it was underutilized, is that because employees chose to use their own primary care provider? Or was there some other factor that was keeping people from going over to the clinic?
The only things I can really speak to are things that I've been able to observe myself, which would be the undercommunication of the clinic. We didn't advertise it very well, and it just simply wasn't a resource that was being used.
Well, I believe that the clinic as it stands today, I think this is the third round of management that I'm aware of that is running it. So, I don't know how much they depend on City of Farmers Branch employees, but if we're going to provide benefit to our or to our employees, I'd like to see it maybe a little more stable operation if possible.
Absolutely, I agree.
Jeffrey, I'll expand on that one. I've used the clinic before as an employee. It's poor customer service. They mess up the billing. They mess up the kind of the guarantees they made as part of their contract to city staff. They weren't delivering on the service level to the employees. I'd used it multiple times, and it's better to go to my primary care provider than to use the clinic is the experience I had. And I know other employees had the same experience. So that's part of the reason as well. It wasn't providing the service, and at $200,000 a year, it wasn't worth it.
Understood. Thank you.
On the same page, I have a question, yeah. Couple of questions. I guess removing the fountain at Webb Chapel and Valley View, yeah, are you thinking of replacing it with anything or just taking it out and be done with it, or what are your thoughts there?
Trying to remove the recurring cost. And so part of the proposal you're going to see is what do we do with the fountain out here? Is there something that's less recurring maintenance is what we're trying to get to. And anytime you have a fountain, there's always going to be the potential for failure of it. This one failed. Well, again, this one had other logistical issues with the pump being underground. But yes, we won't just leave it barren, but it's more of can we make it less maintenance required? And that's the goal. And so that's the cost of keeping it at its current level. And it's very much an outlier in the city of Farmers Branch as you drive through the city. Is there a way to normalize that corner? And could it be a piece of art? Maybe. Could it be something else? But it's just not the level of landscaping in a physical fountain that we have now.
Okay. I might advocate that we utilize the Arts and Culture Committee. Maybe they can come up with some creative ideas there that would be
That is the plan.
not costly, or maybe we could have some rotating artist product or something. I'm not sure. Second question I had on this page is regarding the implementation of a subsidized trash fee. And you make a note there of restricted revenue. Are you talking about the trash fee that's to begin October of this year, or is something in addition or separate?
This is the trash fee that's in the ordinance to start October 1 of this year. So yes, this is just capturing it in the budget, showing the different mechanics moving. So for example, any takes from these take me away from the 3 cents, so I need to add something back, another cut or another change back in. And so it's on that one, part of this to get to 3 cents, it's tough, right? I'm talking about cutting service level. I'm talking about removing things. I'm talking about cutting a city clinic. Technically, that would be a benefit, but it was an underutilized benefit. So yes, these are cuts and changes, but it gets us to, there's a reason, like we talked about that one slide that showed the journey to 3 cents before that showed all the previous ones. These are tough conversations, but yeah, that's the trash fee that's on the book. So if that was to be not there, then the 3 cents now is 2.5 something cents. And so what do we add back in as cuts, and takes us further away from the thought exercise of potentially more. And so that's the challenge. But that's reflecting that is a budget impact. It is generating revenue, but it's showing that it does go into a restricted fund. And so it won't be touched. It's the landfill closure,
So
post-closure.
in your journey to 3 cents reduction, it would also include the implementation of this trash fee.
Correct.
Okay. You wanted my feedback. I'm not be in favor of this trash fee. I know it's been approved by previous council, but my feedback would be against the trash fee, so whatever that means.
Doesn't really make sense.
I agree.
No, I would not want to implement a trash fee.
It doesn't make sense
I
to
don't want
lower
to give a
taxes.
I have a comment regarding the trash fee, if we want to hang on that topic for just a moment.
Go ahead.
So other cities are charging for trash pickup. Ben, I think you showed this to us last year, that Dallas residents are paying $25 to $30 per month for once a week trash pickup. Other cities have fees for trash pickup. We have our own landfill. Is there a way today to equate what it's costing our taxpayers to have a landfill? Is that number zero, or is there a cost to the residents?
I'd have to pull the numbers on that one, because the landfill is a completely more complex subject on those, but there's revenues, there's expenditures, there's both. There's also the liability of the closure, post-closure component of it.
Understood. So effectively, residents are not paying for trash pickup today. We get trash pickup twice per week. We have a $5 fee that's beginning in October, and that fee was intended to begin to, add to the reserves for the closure, post-closure down the road. I mean, I really like the twice a week trash pickup. I really like the fact that we're not paying for it. But that to me in this day and age almost sounds too good to be true. And so I would suggest that we look at not just the $5 fee in October, but some other additional fee here to help cover the current costs of the trash service, to help defray the tax rate reduction that we're wanting to achieve here while we're preparing for that closure, post-closure at some point in the future. Most cities are providing once a week trash pickup. Maybe that's what we should do. Thought there was somewhere in here where we said that was what, $400,000 of value?
372,000 if we were to go to once a week.
So I just think that the trash pickup is an area that we need to put under a microscope, and that's somewhere where I believe that either we reduce the service or we implement more costs, because clearly it does not cost the city. It costs the city far more than $5 per month to handle trash pickup twice a week.
Councilman, let me just remind you that the implementation of the $5 fee was to start accelerating the fund for the closure, not to necessarily cover the cost of garbage collection. As we accelerate the closure, we've got somewhere between, we'll say 22 and 24 years left, lifespan of the landfill. And I believe Shane had affirmed that in today's dollars, today, if we needed that money today, that would be in the neighborhood of $40 million. We don't have that. But through the annual contribution that's put towards the closure and then the implementation of the $5 fee, that was going to help ensure or get us closer to that amount that we would need at time of closure. I do think it's difficult for any of us to sit here and try to forecast what is the cost of garbage service going to be 22, 24 years from now when the landfill closes. It will be substantially higher than what you're paying right now, and I'm going to say probably in the $25 to $30 a month range, but that's just a guess at this point because we don't know. We'll have a better idea. Future councils will have a better idea as the time gets closer, but nevertheless, we have this liability that is hanging over our head because no matter what we do, we are responsible for the closure of the landfill and having that money in the bank on the day that it closes. That's my 2 cents.
I had something for you.
Councilman.
So, I just want to make sure I understood. So residents are not paying for trash
Correct. So the way
So how is it paid for?
it's paid for out of the general fund.
And who funds the general fund?
It's,
Revenues from landfill.
well, everything. So sales tax, fees,
Property taxes?
property taxes, yes.
So it's just indirectly paid by the resident?
Correct. So I think part of it, though, is that residents living in Texas, the structures are all very similar. Every resident, so take a city around us, any city, doesn't matter name, so City A, they pay property taxes. They also pay for trash service, because it's a fee to the homeowner. That's, the city coordinates the payment, but it's a pass-through. So for example, whatever trash provider you have, you're gonna get a bill in most cities, almost all cities, that's going to have a line for water, stormwater, wastewater, and then it's gonna have a trash fee on it as well. And that's the structure of it. So it is technically a subsidized fee on it, and it's part of it. So even when we do those calculations, we don't really get into it on the value of living in Farmers Branch. But if you look at, take out what you also get as a benefit for living here, our tax rate would actually be one of the best, just because that's something that no other city does. So yes, in all those other cities, they also pay their taxes, but they also pay that fee because it's a fee as for service at that location, just like electricity, gas, water. It's a fee that's passed through from the city. So most cities are just a pass-through conduit for it. Here, it's never been passed through. The other challenge we have is in a certain number of decades from now, that fee comes live and there's no revenue to offset it. And so we look at $25 to $30 per month, it's $2-something million per year now. What if it's $3 or $4 million? Then there wouldn't be any type of offset in the budget anywhere to help with that, as the revenues from the landfill are done and closed out. You could argue some of the offsets from if there's a different funding source from closure, post-closure funds. It's a looking 20 years down the road window. Do we want to start getting there? So the pro forma as it was presented for the fee initially was we start low and heavily subsidized, and as we get to the end of the landfill's lifespan, the fee is at market rate. So that way there's not a shock to the system. It's like how we do our water rates. We do them every couple of years because if we do it too long, it's going to be a large increase because it's a pass-through cost for the most part. And so it's a similar thing here, is how can we make it be sensitive to the needs of the residents today and to the future? And so it was an idea on what we could do. So if council's direction is no on the fee, then I have to find it in the budget, and I will. And so it's what's going to be the trade-off, as that comes off the journey to 3 cents, how to get back to 3 cents. I'm assuming we don't want to go backwards on the proposed reduction so far. So I would then say, well, let's look at that list. Where can we realize some savings to offset that and balance back towards 3 or beyond? And so that's what would end up happening. So either way, it's just, but what we do need is staff. I know there's robust discussion because of the amount of time it takes for us to implement. We do need, there's not much time left to study, if any. We're really looking for direction on these topics so we can start preparing and moving the funds around and preparing to present you all with the budget. So right now, it sounds like 3 of you all have said no to the fee, so that would mean that I would need to go and find money to subsidize the landfill transfer. And I can't. I want to make sure I understand.
When the fee was implemented, though, it's my understanding, the $5 fee, and I'm only speaking about non-seniors, let's just leave it at $5. That would remain the same, $5 for 5 years. And then after 5 years, that fee would increase to $10. And over the 20 years, you're going to get close to what it would cost for residential garbage service, we believed, and the shock of having to pay full price would not be quite as bad. So we're stair-stepping people up. I still believe that was the prudent thing to do. I advocated for it from day one when I got on council 8 years ago, and nobody listened to me. And all I wanted to do at that time was do $1 a month. $1 a month. And we would have been way ahead of where we are right now. But council at the time did not elect to do that. So this $5 fee was enacted. I think that's a good plan moving forward. I would not advocate, I would advocate for not changing from that.
I just want to circle back with my original discussion on this fee. It's your utilization in an attempt to get to a 3-cent tax rate reduction. And maybe I wasn't clear, but I don't think that it's a good idea to cut the tax rate, yet implement a fee on the other side. So we're really, we're really not doing much from a resident perspective. They're paying it here as a tax rate, or they're paying it over here. So I'm just not in favor of getting a tax rate and then turning around and adding a fee to get to this.
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I had to include it because it was passed by the council at the
I
time.
understand.
So
And
it wasn't
I'm just sharing my feedback to
Yes.
you, and that's what you asked for, so.
And I think what you're saying is you're looking for a pure tax cut within the revenue streams of tax, and I understand and support that.
So currently, what we get from Republic, does that pay for the value of the citizens' trash collection?
everything, yeah. So brush, bulk, all waste and refuse services are circled back to that
So
one.
currently, it's even or even a little in our favor?
It's in our favor because it has to, you have staff involved with that. We have to have somebody on staff that's certified for, there's a whole bunch of acronyms for it, but we have to have somebody on staff because it is our landfill. And so there's staff dedicated to that function, and there's a certain license they have to carry. So there's rules to managing a landfill. We can't just say we have a landfill, there's rules to it as well, and then there's vehicles assigned to it, because I've been out there with Shane, and I think he's taken some of y'all on tours in the past to see the landfill and the complex operations of it. And it's a partnership with Republic. But no, it's one, so if we remove that, then I need to now cut $400,000+, would you say $500,000 essentially in other areas? And that's where I need to know, everything else on the journey to 3 cents, are there other changes? And then beyond 3 cents, where do we go from there? Because we've talked about, do we have to? I do believe it's prudent to adjust hours at city facilities and the number of events we have to best serve. I know we're gonna have outliers, but otherwise, we're adding back in to the cuts, and that 3 cents is starting to become 2.1, 2.2, and not the other direction. And so that's where where else can we make cuts? And so on that list of A through M, are there any cuts the council's comfortable with service level wise, so we can start balancing this and see which direction it's leaning towards? And that's really what I'm looking for. Is it sounds like the fee looks like it's going by the wayside, which is fine, but now are we comfortable with 2.5 cents, or are we comfortable trying to push back to 3 or beyond? And that's where we need to get through those other letters A through M, and I need direction from the council. So we're still on that journey to 3 cents. Is there anything else coming back into this budget as it's built with those cuts that you see? Or are you comfortable with some of the cuts and the harder decisions? Because at the end of the day, these are going to be council level decisions. Or what other cuts would you like to see here? Or would you like to look at other cuts, which would be A through M? But right now, we're at 2.5 cents, just using general math by taking the trash fee out. So, because I still have to, the money needs to go to the landfill. So that means something else has to give. And so,
Richard, can you hear me?
oh, his hand's up.
He's saying he can't hear me.
Yeah, I can now. Just one quick comment for Councilman Neal, and I welcome other thoughts around this. I agree with your thinking around, I don't want to make tax rate reductions and then just offset that with a bunch of fee increases somewhere else. However, showing that $5 on the water bill as a trash pickup fee makes a lot of sense to residents. It makes it clearer that we are charging for trash pickup as opposed to keeping our tax rate up or not reducing it as much and just saying, well, that includes twice a week trash pickup. I do believe that we get some value, or would get some value, out of separating those two to ensure that residents understand what they're paying for.
Maybe I misunderstood. I thought the trash fee was for a closure, post-closure, not a trash pickup.
It is. The $5 is going towards the closure fund, but I think when you attempt to explain that to folks, they're not going to understand that. What they know right now is they're not paying anything for garbage collection. okay? There's a $5 fee that's going to be implemented in October, and that will start to condition them over the next 20 years. And again, that fee will step up every 5 years. So when the landfill closes, and they do have to pay full price for garbage collection, we're not just saying, oh, it's going to cost you $25 a month. Boom. No, we will have conditioned them over 20 years and have tried to get close to that point. That was the, I think, the basis of implementing that fee. We have to have the money. There's no way around it. Okay? So, do you want to issue COs to cover that down the road? That wouldn't be a very wise spend of money. Or do we collect it along the way, they build up, and residents become aware that, oh yeah, I pay $5 for garbage service. Okay. They're not going, the differentiation of whether it's actual collection or closure, I don't think that's going to be distinguishable by most people.
I do have a favor to ask. Some residents say they can't hear us, so please be intentional with your microphones so they can hear. So there might be a couple watching.
Understood.
Okay, sorry, I just wanted to make sure y'all are aware.
Okay.
And if I may, in addition to the, preparing residents for the inevitable cost of trash fee, it goes right in alignment with the credit card fees, things that other cities are charging their residents. So it's not like we're doing something unheard of. We're not setting any precedents. We're actually slowly creeping into alignment with what our neighboring cities are doing. Not to the extent that they're doing, because a $5 fee is much less than the $20, $25, $30 fee. However, it's preparing folks for the inevitable.
And one thing, council, on this one is, if you direct me to pull it out, it's out, and we'll find another pathway there. But maybe it's not this year, or it's a different amount, but it's one, I am looking for direction on this, because we've got to start moving, we've got to start building the budget with those numbers. Every time staff's waiting for that direction piece, we know, and that's where it feels like I know there would like to be more discussion on this, maybe more meetings on it, but at the end of the day, we're almost a month out from having to present you all with a budget, and this is a fee. I know that it feels like we waited till the end to have some of these discussions, but we really do need, I need finality on some of these numbers so I can start putting the budget together.
Understood. You've made that abundantly clear. And I'm advocating that we keep this fee, because as this was established prior to this council, okay, and with lots of input from Shane, you'll be hearing that presentation again, I'm sure, and you'll probably hear it multiple times during your term of service. So as he continues to provide updates on it, it's really important. I feel like we are behind in trying to set funds aside for this closure. And the contract with Republic is the contract with Republic. It's not getting renegotiated. That's it. So we need to do what we can to hasten the collection of funds. We also need to do what we can to extend the life of the landfill. It's very important. I'm not done advocating for a mulching operation out there. I will do that for the next 2 years on council, but because I believe it's the right thing to do. But I would urge the council to not this fee. Is there,
One other question, and I believe it's option K, it is option K, talking about where the average monthly bill for trash is in the $20 range. Is that for once a week or twice a week?
It's tough until you actually get a quote for it. We looked at multiple cities. This is actually from one of Shane's presentations. It would be in the $20 range, and we're one of the highest levels of service, and so would keep brush and bulk out. The other cities may not. It's specialized for each city, and so in this instance, it would be around 20, and that's why until we have quotes, but it's just to give a generalization for here's what the cut would look like, here's the anticipated impact is what it would look like. So it's showing both sides of the equation. It also attempted to show the value of the trash service to the residents because it is currently free, correct? And there is a fee that's on the books to be implemented unless there's a change by the council, but it's free, but it's not. And so this was to show it's almost $2 million on the budget to make sure that we're realizing that fee, that the pass-through fee that the city absorbs, there's the dollar signs attached to that. And it's a lot of times it's overlooked. So even with no fee, even with a small fee, it's just trying to make sure we accurately convey the value of the service, and also, again, living in Farmers Branch, because it's more than just the property tax rate, it's the services and then how we charge for those services. So it was just more to show the intent of it. I didn't expect the council to say, yes, stop subsidizing the trash fee. That's going to be an eventual council discussion before 20 years from now, but it doesn't have to be today.
Right. Well, my point was, again, just from a demonstrability perspective, is, if it's $20 per month for once a week, just showing the value that $5 a month for twice a week is giving you. That was the point I was
$5 for
making.
twice a week is a hell of a bargain.
That was the point I was getting at.
Absolutely. And, we don't know how much that's going to cost 20 years from now. Those cities that are charging $20 or more are probably going to be charging more than what they're currently charging, because it's not getting any less expensive to address a trash situation.
Agreed.
Okay. So, Councilman Jackson, you have anything further on that? Can't hear you. Hold on. Check your phone. Try again.
I would suggest that we leave the $5 fee in October as is.
I concur.
So you're going to take away twice a week garbage service.
I think we should look for some other cuts.
Well,
So,
wait a minute.
as a means to get to a tax reduction, I would not be in favor of this fee. It may-
Speak up, say again. Speak up.
As a means to get to the 3-cent tax rate reduction, I would not be in favor of implementing this $5 trash fee. It doesn't mean I'm against this $5 trash fee, it's just as a means to get to our 3-cent tax cut. I'm just not in favor of a tax cut then turning on a fee, basically.
Well, I want to make this real simple. So are you in favor of leaving the fee in place?
Not as a means to get a 3-cent tax cut.
And that's not what it is. That was put in place last year, and it's specifically for closure, post-closure accrual.
So I think in the presentation, it was used as a offset to get to the 3 cents. And I think if I'm hearing what my colleagues are saying, they're saying that they'd prefer to have a more transparent and pure tax reduction, because this seems like it's more like a 2.5 cent reduction and not a pure 3, because you're adding a fee into it as an additional revenue source rather than a reduction or mitigation of expenses or addition of a revenue outside of increasing a fee to the residents. I think that's what I'm hearing, but correct me if I'm misinterpreting what I'm hearing.
That's correct.
So you don't want to use, you don't want to get to 3 cents with this particular fee. You're
Right, find some
looking
other
for other
cut.
sources.
Right, find
Thank
some
you.
other cut
Okay.
somewhere else.
All right. I have a question on point number 2 regarding consolidation of leadership positions. Can you elaborate on that, please?
So what that has been is it's been a journey as we've had turnover on executive leadership positions. So for example,
Page
you know,
21.
when you see fleet, facilities, and finance, those were 2 separate departments at one point in time. And so with the leaving of the director of fleet and facilities, the headcount was kept and reclassified to a much less level position, but we merged the functions together under finance and created a larger department. So Tammy sits here as the director of finance, fleet, and facilities. And you see this also in other departments as well. In my own department, so I used to have 2 deputy city managers beside me, and we reclassified one of the deputy city manager positions to an assistant to the city manager position. It's a completely different functional position that focuses on special projects, but with considerable savings to the city. And then you'll see other consolidations. Most cities are going to have a director of planning. Almost all cities do of our size or even close to it, but it's rolled up under economic development, tourism, and planning as one department. So you're seeing consolidation of positions to where we have a bench that's very strong, but we don't have a whole bunch of directors without support. And so you see the alignment shifting to these departments to make sure we're being cognizant of the org chart. I've heard that from the residents. There's too many leadership positions, but it's like, well, I'm trimming. There's not a director over neighborhood services. That's a position that doesn't need one at this point in time. And so we've used different positions to handle those changes. And so as we have changes, every time there's a change in staff, we step back and look and say, what's the most efficient use of our resources? But again, I have to guarantee service to the community. The employees provide the services in most of the cases, and those employees need that structure in place to make sure we don't have hiccups. And you see the point in having that resiliency in there, because if all of a sudden the departments start to fall apart, we can't deliver our service. And so they're built to have a strong bench. It's acceptable to lose employees, but it's how do we make sure those functions don't stop? And that's how we have our succession plan built. And you'll see that, and that's why you have a director or a deputy director in almost all departments, not at all, but it's also why I have a deputy, and when I'm out, she steps in. It's clear passing of the power of each department, so they know who's speaking for the department, who's speaking for the city from the city manager's office. It just makes it very clear, but it was an attempt to reduce executive leadership positions, and so far there's been 3. That's what that is talking about. So to 3 cents, that was part of the journey, because again, I reclassified my deputy city manager position this fiscal year, and it'll affect next year's budget.
Okay. Anybody have questions on that? Okay. So Councilman Rowan, we started with you, and I know we got a little off track. Do you have other items that you'd like to bring up?
No.
Councilman Baird?
I'll jump in. First, I'd like to also thank all of you that have worked, and that I've had very good experience with all of you employees here. I really have. So anything I say from here on, I'm trying to be sensitive to the people who elected me and all the residents on just spending issues. So, Ben, so one of the first things I wanted to ask was, in your presentation, I didn't see anything about reducing what I consider to be wasteful spending.
Okay.
Do you have any plans for redoing bidding processes? I can't handle $2,400 podiums, wooden podiums.
Yes.
And I know that's a little tiny thing, but if we're trying to get to 400,000 for this, then maybe I can get as close.
So on that, I'm focused on the big movement pieces of the budget first, the budget being tens of thousands of pieces, hundreds of thousands, and movements. So every time something moves between the funds. So the focus now is on the procurement of the big ticket items and cleaning up, hedging against the future. So we have the three-way contract in place. So that way it shields us from multi-million-dollar liabilities in the future. My focus has been starting big with the low-hanging fruit and making sure our purchasing policies, our contracts, and our structures move us in a place that doesn't create a vulnerability of, yes, a $1,400 controller, a podium, a screen is important, but I'm focused on anything that could hurt the city in the millions of dollars. And so that's where my efforts have been starting, and it's going to whittle down and funnel down to the smaller and smaller, but I'm focused on the big items first. Tammy's working on updating our purchasing policy now to where there's more options for council to see, so it's not just a buy board. And you probably noticed at the last council meeting, when we had buy board items on there, there was an explanation as to why there wasn't another bid added. Sometimes it's, if we go through the bidding process, because it's gonna slow it down. And sometimes, like when we have roofs that are leaking, stopping a project, we have to be ready for that and to move. So they're updating the purchasing manual now, which will enhance that transparency on the purchasing processes. There's not any concerns I have there, but I want to make sure you all see how we're purchasing. And before that, we started with cleaning up all of our contracts. When I first became the city manager, there were some vulnerabilities on how we did contracts. And so we've been working on cleaning up that to where we no longer have contracts that aren't standardized. And so those go through the attorney. So we're focused on whittling down in that area. And it's going to funnel down and trickle down, but trying to do it all at once would be a logistical nightmare. So it's focused on big pieces first. Let's start with our procurement stance and our approach to procurement. But also, again, it's funneling that down to the council. And also having some of those as how we bid it as well. So if there's concerns with how it's bid, how we can improve that process.
So when you bid something, can you put a line in for each item that says not to exceed a price? Is that legal?
No, I don't think so. It's,
In the mic, sorry. Okay, get closer.
I
there's,
think you need to bid, I think we need to let the purchasing expert put a contract or put a proposal together and for vendors to bid on, and then it's up to those vendors to submit. And again, our job is to focus on policy, not to focus on the pennies when it comes to this sort of stuff. Yes, we want to make sure our dollars aren't being wasted, absolutely. But we have purchasing guidelines in place the city has to follow.
and if you become too restrictive on line item bidding, you're not going to get anybody that bids. We also rely, our staff, it saves them time, significant time, when it's pre-bid with our buy boards and our cooperative purchasing, or piggybacking on a larger city where we reap those economies of scale. But to be really restrictive with every line item, it would really limit the amount of vendors that do bid on our products or our services.
I think that would almost require staff going out and shopping everything before it's actually put out for bid.
Sure.
Not their job, necessarily.
So if I could say is, there's ways to improve it, and we're actively looking at those as well. There is a balance, though, and part of that is, as Tammy was trying to illustrate, is for every piece we add to a bid, we're struggling sometimes to get more than one bid on some of our projects, and that's a challenge already. And we don't have the staff expertise in a lot of areas to know what the not to exceed is, so then we'd have to put other contracts in place or outsource those bids as well. And so it's tough because there's not a great answer to say, if I'm going to save $5,000 on, say, AV equipment, but I spent $6,000 on technical experts or somebody to tell me how to save $5,000, there's a balance somewhere. That's why I'm really focused on the hundreds of thousands and the millions. And it's going to trickle down. And yes, we've heard the feedback on it. We understand there's always opportunities to improve. Is it this pen that costs 10 cents versus that pen that costs 3 cents? It just, some of it is, I want to make sure we appropriately stair step towards those higher value realizations, but it's a journey to get there as well.
So this kind of goes to something I've talked to you about several times, of just resetting the standard or the philosophy. Have you been working on that? Because when I hear that we have imported Italian tile in our rec center, and when I hear we have $14,000 of in-ground Bose speakers at the Hoya Park and stuff like that, it's just infuriating to me and probably most of the residents if they knew what was going on. And so I understand that we have these, we can't, maybe we need to be doing fewer things.
So on that, yes, the staff that is sitting behind you today, the staff that is helping guide those procurements today understands that philosophy of the value we provide for the residents, and also making sure our capital projects stay within budget. And that's a big to-do, because a lot of times capital projects, we've all been involved in them, it's always, well, there's change orders within contingency, but staying within the project budget for whatever the capital project is. And so you do have that coming, but it takes time to turn that corner. And the staff that's there today, Danielle Summers coordinated the renovation in the lobby, and originally, architects love to make an impression.
Sure.
Put a name on it.
Sure.
She saw some of the prices that were coming in and what was being suggested and said, why don't we go in a different direction? And said, there's local stores, let's go find our tile there. And so, yes, you have it coming. The staff is resonating with that as well. Basically, the philosophy I ask my staff to approach is, would you spend your own money on it? That's usually the easiest way to say, should we do it or not? I would never put Italian tile anywhere, anything I own. I don't even know where to go shop for Italian tile. So to put it that way, is the simple litmus test we use as staff is, would I spend my own money to put it in my own vehicle, my own home? And yeah, there's going to be outliers out there, right? But for the most part, the staff understands that philosophy. And that's a change, because before, recently, there was a different approach of how nice can we make it, and can we make an impression more than can we offer the service at the appropriate level. So we are working towards that. My staff is aware of those considerations on the budget and trying to be cognizant of that. But the way we get there is, again, I don't want to chase pennies and spend dollars, and that's what I'm being cautious of.
I understand. Okay, so some specific questions I have for you regarding the spreadsheet you had sent me. Can we start with car allowances? Is that that's just a fixed yearly amount?
I believe so.
It's not a mileage thing?
No, it's basically, certain positions, such as mine, for example. I drive all over the city all the time. Certain positions are expected to drive quite a bit, and they don't have a vehicle assigned to them. So instead of getting reimbursed for mileage, it's actually cheaper for the city. Mileage rates just went up again, so that's where you see car allowances typically assigned, is on positions that don't have a vehicle, and it's part of their job to drive. And it varies on the positions.
Yeah, so I see that. When was the last time you looked at how many miles are actually being driven versus how many we're paying for? For instance, if I'm doing my math right, it says you're getting paid for 65 miles a day if you work 250 days a year, which, anyway. And have you gone through recently to figure out if all of these are what they should be?
So we don't require the mileage keeping
No,
because
understand.
it is
Because
part
it's
of
a-
the
it's a
salary.
bulk.
If we requested the mileage and we, as part of an IRS accountable plan, we wouldn't be putting it in the salary category. It would be as an expense reimbursement. Because we're saying you don't have to keep the log. This is what we anticipate that you're going to be driving. It can be more or less, but it's part of their salary compensation.
And then Jeffrey, please tell me if I'm wrong on this one, but are any of our compensations with car allowances out of alignment with best practices for compensation in cities and personnel staffing?
Generally, from what I see in the market, no.
So we're in
It's
alignment?
Pretty well in
Okay.
alignment with what other cities do.
Okay.
Okay. What about cell phone allowances? How does that, I use my cell phone all the time for my job, and I think again, I'm thinking of the majority of the residents of our city who, you know, are being crushed by inflation, don't make a ton of money. And so it's hard for me to see that we're, you know, we have, I don't know what it works out, but this was 5 months, $400, lots of people getting $400 over 5 months, and whatever that works out to a year for cell phone allowances. My
Councilman?
cell phone costs less than,
You know,
you're gonna say,
We-
don't get into the details, right?
well, no, I'm just going to say, you know, part of this is part of the compensation. We don't pay necessarily the highest amount of money that every city, that some of our competitive cities do. And so, yes, our directors and certain department heads drive their own vehicles. They're using their phones. They've got to stay in touch. If we had to buy cell phones for everybody in the city that needed to stay in touch with their department head or whatnot, it's probably going to be a lot more than what we have down there on the sheet. You know,
So part
again,
of it's a wash with it. So also part of the expectation is the availability to also answer your phone. And so that's also the challenge of logistically, it's a trade-off. Do we want to buy cell phones as a city, issue the cell phones, a basic cell phone and data plan, so it would have to have, usually it's going to have email on it. You're already getting $50-$60 a month right there just for data and services, not alone for the phone. And so $40.80 seems to be a good value for employees that we need to be responsive and also to answer the phones and return them. And it also keeps us out of, then I'd have to have an employee managing all the cell phones, which that would be a significant number. And that's just one way of hedging that cost in a way that's acceptable for both parties. It's not really paying for a cell phone, it's a balance. You're required to have your cell phones. If you have a cell phone stipend, you're using your phone for work. My phone is used for work.
I understand, but everybody would have their own phone if they didn't have, if it wasn't required for work.
But I can't require them to use it for work. Remember, we're also responsible for public information for what we do. So there's some expectations when having a communications device with the city. And so for the job, you know, city emails loading on it, text messages that are work related, it's part of what we're requiring them is basically part of their uniform for work. And so we're paying for that piece because otherwise they don't have I can't force them to say, you will have email on your personal phone or you will answer messages or phone calls on that. You're going to be here when you're supposed to be here, and then it's for calling in sick or something else, but I wouldn't be able to call you for work reasons. And so that's the balance on that one. And the cheaper pathway is not, because I don't have the bandwidth to have somebody managing however many cell phones that would be.
Okay. So what's 400 divided by 5 times 12? I'm trying to
They're
figure out what
typically,
this is for a year.
they're typically $40 a month or $80 a month, so $480 per year or $960 per year.
Okay, then this column isn't correct.
Is there some that are outside of that?
Well, it says $400, and that's supposedly just for the first 5 months of the year.
Is that mine?
No, there's like, I'm looking at 20.
So that's
There's
eight.
20
That's
people.
$80 a month.
That's $80 a month.
Okay.
Also the $960 per year, so that's the 5 times 80.
Okay. You only get the carrier. And then I know it's normal that the life insurance, long-term disability, and accidental death and dismemberment, I just feel like that should be left up to the employees. Because, again, the vast majority of the residents, they don't have that. They don't get it. It's just an odd offset to me.
the school district probably provides that to you.
They don't.
I'm shocked that they
They
don't.
do not. It's all optional. I'm fine if we want to do a group plan or something, and then, you know, and something like that. It just, again, it's one of those things that's just me personally, that it doesn't resonate with.
I'd have to ask Jeffrey on this one again, because we're in our ecosystem, our market is other local governments for the most part. That's where we lose employees, that's where we get employees. So Jeffrey, could you clarify what the benefit structure we have? I'm sorry, council, the rest of y'all may not have this spreadsheet, and I can get it to you all, but it's one of those that it's basically every employee in the city their compensation, and all the different costs that go into total cost for maintaining an employee. So in this case, Jeffrey, would you please clarify, are the benefits that we have for employees in alignment with other local municipalities that are similar cities?
Absolutely, especially for the ones that we provide to employees, such as the basic term life insurance that's covered at 1 times their annual salary. Things like long-term disability, by and large, these are covered by cities.
Was that a benefit you had in your previous jurisdiction as
It
well?
was, yes, at my previous city.
And I can say I had it in Garland and Southlake, and so that's, I just want to make sure in our ecosystem of local government, this is the normal benefit package one would expect. But I do have openings if anybody's interested that's listening, so we do have that opportunity as well.
Let's see here. I haven't been thrilled with the consultants. I think that's somewhere we could cut down. And obviously that's up to you, but it doesn't feel like what we spend on them on most of the presentations I've seen in the 13 months I've been here.
Could I ask for some clarity on which consultants and what projects?
Well, one that comes to mind is the folks that just drove the city and looked at every house. You know, their presentation, I didn't get anything that we didn't already all know. I mean, you know, code enforcement's around, they know where the bad houses are. They already knew that. There was no reason to do that. I think that internally, since we're here, the residents are here, the council lives here, and the staff works here, that I think we sell ourselves short sometimes in what we know, and we just kind of reflexively, because that's the standard, we hire a consultant or we compare ourselves to other cities. And I understand that that's a good thing sometimes, but, you know, we are unique, and I think there's other times that we just need to, anyway, that's the best example.
No, that's a great example. That was a one-time budget expense.
No, I know, and it wasn't that huge. I remember
It was
asking
relatively
about
small, and part of it was to get an objective from outside what we see every day, because we have a bias being here in Farmers Branch. We drive it every day. We see it every day. And so part of it was how often do we survey it? And so that's something councils have an interest with moving forward. Previous councils had had an appetite for seeing the progression of the housing stock over time. And again, we know where the challenges are, so that's one as well. But there's a lot of consultants in the budget for a lot of various different things. Were there any other specifics of consultants that we've utilized?
Nothing that-
Okay.
I ran out of time to look up stuff.
Okay.
And I'll end there, but I will say, Mr. Mayor, that I think you are correct, that I do get a, like, $10,000 life insurance with my job at the school district, so just
Well,
for clarity.
yeah, I would be pretty surprised if you didn't. The other thing is, you know, when you talk about consultants, the city makes use of consultants for a wide variety of uses. Sometimes it's most beneficial to have an outside independent view of an assessment of whatever it is, especially if it's our housing stock. That's something that we need to have done by an independent third party versus you or the city manager or anybody on staff going around and assessing values and condition of homes. That puts us in a very precarious situation, whether it be as a council or a staff, in that you're assessing the condition of your neighbor's home. And this way, when it's done with an outside consultant, it's completely independent. And that's what we want. Take us out of it. So,
We have been very sensitive in how we fill certain executive positions, because one thing we haven't always been impressed with is executive recruiters. And so we have found ways to recruit. I think the very successful recruitment was Kevin McCoy, our police chief. but other recruitments have not gone as well. And we've done a really great job of filling positions without having to use recruiters, which in our world, they're reaching out all the time and are actively being used everywhere. But we have hedged against using consultants and professional service agreements in those arenas quite a bit. And even then, a couple years ago, we had a recruitment that didn't work so well, and we were able to claw back half the recruitment because they didn't deliver. And so we try and be cognizant of that. And with the code enforcement one, and specifically, our original goal was to swap with another city. We'll look at your city, you look at ours. There wasn't bandwidth from some of the other cities to do that because they still had code enforcement on day-to-day. We have,
Well, so you told me, or the presentation said, or maybe I asked you, what are we going to do with this data? And you said it, somewhere I heard that it was so that code enforcement would know where the hot spots were, the worst spots were. And my question is, how did they not already know that? They're out there driving every day. Don't they know?
they do, but
Did they
putting it
know?
on a map and for, so.
And I'm not yelling, I'm not, throwing them under the bus, really. I'm saying if our goal was to find where the hot spots of houses that really needed help, I would have thought that we could have gotten 50 to 90% there just by sitting down and saying, having a meeting with all of them.
We could have definitely gotten the majority there, but sometimes we're so focused on our district, and code enforcement officers have districts, so it helps them see, and also the managers see, because it's driving the whole city and trying to do an objective one on that one, it changes quickly. And a lot of it wasn't looking at the day-to-day code issues like higher grass, or bulk and brush violations, which tend to be our day-to-day ones, but also to see some of the code enforcement on the property maintenance code is subjective, like how bad is bad when it comes to paint. That's subjective. The code's there, but it relies on some interpretation. The same would go for the police department. Going 36 and a 35 is speeding, but is that bad speeding or is it not bad speeding? I believe they can give you a ticket for that, but at the same time, that's probably not. But in other cities, it may be. You don't go 1 mile per hour over. So it's that other objective feedback loop on it. Are we applying our codes appropriately? Again, message received though on, is this maybe something we shouldn't do in the future? But that's some of the value you see from it. It's just a different perspective on it. Similar to when we both look at a document together, we're both reading the same thing, but we may take different interpretations from that document. And so it's that shared, we have a culture here and we approach things a certain way. So it's just a different perspective.
Well, and I'll tell you something I thought about when we voted on the roof repairs is, and I don't know how much this would cost, but it seems like that would be a time to hire a roof expert for $1,000 for a day of his time, or her time, to go up, check them out, and say, you should be paying between this and this, and then put it out for bid and know what you're getting. That, to me, is a good consultant. And maybe you did that, I don't know. I mean, we're redoing the roof here and at Branch Connection. Anyway, so, I mean, I'm not totally against consultants, but especially in cases like that where there seems to be a very clear, we spend this and it's either an insurance that when we actually bid it out, we're getting a good price. He can tell you this is what you need, this is how much you should pay. So, anyway, but I know that only works in more expensive options.
Yes.
So we'll take a break.
And a lot of times they're looking for business as well. So it's a tough balance. And then there's that added overhead logistical expense of now we have to go forward. They have to schedule time to come out. Then they have to do this. And that's where the pre-bid contracts come in. It's already pre-bid according to government standards. And then from there, it's aligning to the procurement rules and regulations of the city, but we're working on improving those as well. But again, it's the business that we move in. We want to make sure we're being respectful. A lot of times our projects impact others and not bogging it down. Again, saving a penny by spending dollars is where I usually go on those. That's what the bidding process will do. So as we update our procurement alignment, we should realize some of those efficiencies. There's always opportunities to improve it, but we're in that alignment of working to improve our processes. It's not a light lift because there's lots of rules that impact how we do business, but we're on it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Councilman Reed?
All right, thank you. This is more of a procedural question. We have the journey to 3 cents. Is part of the goal tonight to just get a general consensus, like we're comfortable with those items so that you can continue moving forward with the formation of the budget to formally be voted on?
a strong consensus because we have to start moving the mechanics of the budget around. We have a multi-hundred-page document. I really, and I know Mayor Lynn he's like, you've reinforced that a couple, yes, I'm really looking for, what do you like? Okay, not comfortable with, what, then we're gonna move down to A through M and say, council, let's go through this list and let's see where that puts us. Is it 3.6, 4.1, 10.0? What does that look like in a rate reduction? But we've got to start moving these pieces. Some of them are major structural changes in the city where contracts will be impacted. So we have to start moving quickly to prepare for the budget changes. And again, the feedback from the residents, because whenever there's a service level reduction, there's going to be strong feedback. And we've squeezed in a lot of areas is what I'm doing. I'm squeezing. So what's that next squeeze and what does it look like? Okay. So I'm just looking for, are we comfortable with this? So far, it sounds like the trash fee is a no. And so I need to find at least 500,000 to keep the original discussion intact. A through M has 500,000 in it, but then what more would council like to see in this budget so we can start preparing? Because we're up to a very short line right now.
Right.
Because the goal of the July meeting, the budget retreat, is to talk about our strategy for communicating the budget and what does that look like? How do we want to talk to the residents about the budget that's forming? Notice there'll be some things that slowly move. We don't have revenues yet. We try and forecast the best of our ability, but the county can be unpredictable. We'll forecast the budget in a way to where when the revenues come in, the tax rate can only go down because that's the way we're going to approach it. That's a conservative budget approach. And I know, Councilman Neal, you've asked about that. As they come in and the revenues come in, it will align to where the tax rate can only go down. And that's the only way it can go. So we walk out of here tonight and we're at 4.1, but the revenues come in, as they start going through their process and seeing what's being contested, and it's actually, it comes in better, then the tax rate may push even further down. But we will budget and align in a way to where you won't come back and say, Ben, we talked 4.5 and you're showing us 3.5. Why is that? We budget conservatively to make sure anything that's good for the city reflects back to the residents on the tax rate, and that's what we're gonna try and do.
So the opposite is also true, correct?
What do you mean?
That, for example, on the DCAD, we have an idea what the initial evaluations are for property taxes, but there's a lot of protests that are underway, and that's going to reduce that number.
Correct.
And you have a general idea or sense from experience that it's going to be reduced by some percentage.
Correct. There are
From
patterns.
experience.
Correct.
But if that does not occur, we would be in a more favorable position.
We feel
Is that
very
correct?
comfortable in getting to the 3 cents.
Yeah.
And if DCAD,
So,
anything
because
were to change.
My sense is a lot of the assessments so far have been primarily across the land ownership, and those are not easily protested. So I'm not sure there'll be a lot of reduction
Correct.
just in that area alone, so.
But it's really important to recognize how much of the general fund is actually residential property taxes. It's a very small piece of the general fund movement. The corporate entities move differently and have they spend more money on protesting and contesting some of their elements as well. And then office space is calculated differently. So there's a lot of nuances to it, but the biggest budget mover on the general fund and property taxes is coming from the commercial side.
And that can be a lengthy process.
Very lengthy, millions of dollars sometimes. And so those are the ones that, the residential side, we're pretty good at forecasting that one. The commercial side is an art, but regardless, what we're saying is we feel based on the revenues we're forecasting, we feel we can get to 3 cents. But should our forecast be off, it'll be off in favor of the residents, which means it'll push the tax rate even down further.
Correct, that's what I was trying to.
Yes.
I just
We're
didn't articulate it well enough. So that's fine.
Perfect. Yeah, we're always going to lean in favor of the residents when we forecast.
And I just want to make sure I heard you say that you're going to find an additional 400 and something thousand for the trash fee. What I understood is that we're going to move forward with the fee. It's just not going to be included as a component in terms of advertising to the residents that the reduction includes, the tax reduction includes that amount. I just want to make sure that we were clear on that.
Correct. The tax rate reduction right now is at 2.5 cents, but I'm hoping by the end of this meeting, it's at a different number, above 3 cents, hopefully, since that's what we were here to discuss. But yes, I'll take that out of the calculation. We're still going to put money in the budget for closure, post-closure. That's coming, no matter, we have to do that to be financially responsible, so yes.
No, I'm good.
Councilman Jackson?
I'm having a little bit of heartburn over closing the Rose Garden. It's a really beautiful amenity. I see people there getting wedding pictures done all the time. I've walked through it a number of times. It's quite unique in my mind. I don't know what other cities might have that compares, but the location of it, and just the natural beauty of it is something that I think that Farmers Branch residents are proud enough of, that if that were turned into just a grass field, I think our residents would really have problems with that. Everything else that we've discussed in the budget, at a 2.5%, I'm comfortable with. That's just the one piece that's still kind of giving me a little bit of heartburn.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Neal?
I'm good for now.
Okay. I'm really surprised that nobody's brought up slide 16, which is the budget environment expense increase. If you look at this, and I'm not going to address merit raises, I'm not going to address the new positions because I believe they're sorely needed. The contracts are what the contracts are. The City of Farmers Branch absorbed the last water rate increase from Dallas Water Utilities, and so another one's coming. I remember when I was elected to council, I was told to prepare for a 10% water rate increase each year for eternity, and the same for sewer. Well, that hasn't happened, okay? But we know that there are going to be increases in services, or increases in the cost of those services that we buy from the City of Dallas and Trinity River Authority. So don't have a problem with that. The legislative session's not worth addressing. Legal, I don't know where we stand. Council is evaluating the legal contract. They need to understand that anything they do is going to cost more money as they move forward. Council pay, I can forego that. The Sister City Travel Program, I'm not sure that amounts to a whole lot for anybody, or if there's even interest in continuing that. Mercer Park. This is an item that has been owed the city by the developer, and they are trying to fulfill their obligation, okay? I would question as to whether any of this could be pushed off to the mid-year budget for Mercer Park, and the same with Squire Park. We have $1 million sitting aside as proof or set aside for Squire Park, and I'm not sure if now is the best time to be spending money to upgrade that park, but maybe we look at it at mid-year. And, there's $1 million right there. So that money might be able to be reappropriated within the city budget. The other thing I would say is we've got 2 new homes that are going in on Squire, I believe, with Builders of Hope. So maybe it makes better sense, maybe, to see what those homes look like and the kind of feedback that we get from them before we spend that money. But, we're looking at making some very hard decisions, and this is a hard decision. I share Councilman Jackson's sentiments. Rose Garden is a beautiful amenity, and I would hate to see that go away, but I understand what we're looking at. I'm just not sure. All of us here are going to have to answer these questions. Why'd you take away my rose garden? Why'd you take away this? Why don't we have that? That's going to be on our back. You better have a damn good reason for answering those questions, because residents aren't going to mince words when they start coming after all of us for what they, I'll say, hold sacred in the city. And it's different for every person. I understand that. So, any comments about items on page 16?
What, on the Rose Garden, what is our costs to maintain that and manage it?
It's more of looking at it from the personnel
I mean,
that are assigned to it.
You mentioned about removing the Rose Garden, but there's sort of the numbers there.
Those numbers are the cost of the easements. And so instead of having the cost of the easements added to the budget, I was going to reallocate internal resources that we already have, which would be the Rose Garden and Community Garden staff. And
Which is
about 2.5 people.
about 2.5 full-time people to manage the Rose Garden.
And so it's one of those, I'm trying to hedge budget increases, and it's looking at what the philosophy is going to be, and to get tax rate cuts, it's what are we willing to forego and reallocate existing resources instead of increasing the budget.
I'm just trying to get an idea of the numbers for that particular.
It also alleviates the strain on parks. They are understaffed in their parks maintenance, and part of the West Side crew is they were originally hoping it would help with these new amenities coming online, because we're going to have maintenance cost with those. So it was trying to help balance the parks team and the workload that they have as well. So it's refocusing on what are we doing and how do we reallocate resources. But again, there was a point in time when there wasn't a Rose Garden, and it was added to, made to, and if that's part of our core identity, it stays, but then it's, okay, now we're starting to look for more than 400, almost 500,000. Now we start getting closer to 800,000 away from just 3 cents. And so that's where this gets challenging, is if we're going to cut the tax rate, we have to cut something. What functions are we looking to cut? And that's where we're at this moment.
Same question for the community garden.
It's part of that wrapping of the 2.5. And the community garden's on private
So there's-
property, so it's
Does Carrollton people utilize that, or?
I don't know who uses it, maybe
So it's 2.5 full-time folks for
the
the
Rose
Garden
and the
and
community.
2.5 full-time
No,
people for the.
total.
Oh, total, okay.
We have 2.5 employees. Actually, and the half is a supervisor, one of our supervisors that oversees 2 full-time employees. And they have community garden, Rose Garden. They do some of the Rose Garden, because it kind of carries over behind City Hall. They also maintain the cemetery. Did I get all of them? Yeah, come on, Mark.
It's not all that they do, but it was allowing us to absorb the easements.
They also take care of the, Mark Moffett, Park Superintendent. They take care of the secret Rose Garden here. They take care of the Rose Garden that's back over here on Charlie, is it Charlie Bird? And they also take care of there's a butterfly garden and the bird sanctuary. And then they take care of a few other things that goes on throughout the city that's needed around City Hall. But we actually have another crew that's here. Gussie takes care of Valley View. So it travels on.
Thank you.
So I have a quick question for you, Mark.
Yes, sir.
So if we decided to not move forward with the action of removing the Rose Garden and the community garden, where does that leave you from a staffing perspective for maintaining the medians and the new parks that are coming on board?
If we got rid of those,
If we kept the Rose Garden and the community garden, where does that put you in terms of a staffing level to maintain the Squire Park? Mercer
I
Park,
always
and
need
the
people. I hate to say it that way, but I always need people. As far as the medians, it was previous council meeting, y'all kind of decided y'all wanted to go towards the contract side of it. There was a little, I think there was some misunderstanding on that a little bit, because that crew that was going to take care of those two streets would also take care of Mercer Park. It would also take care of John Burke Nature Area. It would take care of part of Valley View. And they would come over here to Liberty Plaza. That crew was going to take on several different areas, not just those two streets. So it kind of limits what we do, because I still don't have anybody to take care of Mercer or some of these other properties that we have taken on, because we've got some of the other parks that are taking a lot more of our time to make happen.
Do you recall what the price differential was for the contractor versus the other option that was presented?
I'm sorry, say that
Do you
again.
remember what the price differential was on the contractor versus the other option?
Contractor, if I remember right, it was $270 for the contract, and it was $330 for us to do it on the, for take all the extra. It was about $78,000 difference. And I think that's where we kind of got a little confused with the irrigation part, that there is a lot of, the thing that y'all also have to understand, the contractor is going to take care of what the contractor takes care of. So any emergencies that go on out there with, say, the storms we just had on right now, those medians, the contractor does not take care of that stuff. There's multiple different things that they're going to do their job, and that's it. So you're going to have another contractor to take care of something else, or we have the crews to take care of it.
I see. So, and I just did the math, I just did the difference between them, and so, and I'm trying to assess the value of them, and it looks like the difference is about $60,000 roughly. So for $60,000, the value is a team that can service beyond what it is that the contractors can do, but also be able to address some of the other concerns with Mercer Park, Squire Park, and any additional resources that might be needed to be deployed in other areas.
Yes, sir. And that's where, so we get a little, we have totally quit mowing our properties. We're totally contracted out. So that crew would take over those two properties, but we would still contract out the mowing side of it. But that crew would also be able to do more at other properties. So that's, yes, sir.
I mean, I'd like to, I want to get to a good tax cut, but at the same time, I'm listening to, you know, I've received text messages since I've been here about the Rose Garden, and I've received emails as well. And so I'm concerned about that. But at the same time, if we don't sort of alleviate some of the strain that the Rose Garden and the community garden pose, then that leaves the question of what happens later down the road if we need to service some of these other parks when they come online.
Yes, sir.
So I hate to say this, but I think logically as I'm thinking about this, and maybe we need more resident feedback, although I think I've received enough for now. I think that we should keep the Rose Garden. I'm not too sure about the community garden just yet. I've not really heard any strong opinions about that, but I have about the Rose Garden. And maybe there's an in-between that we can find for maybe revisiting that option of an extra $60,000 to make sure that we have appropriate coverage in those parks.
Yes, sir.
That would be my preference there, as I'm just processing and thinking through things in just a logical way. I don't want to put you guys in a pickle to not be able to adequately service these parks, especially in the Mercer Crossing area. Those residents have some very high standards, and understandably so, for all of the different fees and assessments and things that they pay for out there. And so I can already predict that I might be receiving some phone calls and text messages and so forth if things are not serviced adequately in a timely manner, because that was the issue with the HOA management company initially.
I can honestly tell you that I like this exercise we were doing here with everything, because it's really allowed me to really go back and look at a lot of things. I didn't know we had over 4.5 miles of bushes on right-of-ways. We've really gone through and calculated all this, and it's really interesting.
Also that it's just, you really see and it opens your eyes up to a lot of things of where we're at. And I like it.
Mark, does the city own the property where the community garden is?
No, sir, that is the church.
That's the church property, okay?
Yes, sir.
And what is the city's responsibility there?
We maintain, we pay for the water, we bring in the mulch. A lot of the gardeners take care of itself, but we still have an expenditure of, our expenditures of paying for the water, the plant supplies, and the mowing out there is right at $33,419.
Is that just something we've always done?
Yes, sir, and we used to spend a lot more time out there. We have kind of downsized that, some play into that. And I really don't have an opinion, but I'm just wondering if we could turn that over to MetroCrest Services or to the church. And we're done. But to try to save us money, however we need to go with it.
I mean, and I appreciate the question about the cost, because you said it was 33?
33.
33,000, I mean, that gets us more than halfway through the $60,000 difference that I mentioned between the two options.
Yes, sir.
To be able to leverage an additional team. So I think it's seeming more favorable if we were to not continue to service that property that's not even owned by us. I mean, I think we've already gotten rid of maintaining private property, and I think following consistent with that, I think it's important to include that as well. And maybe there is a need for it. I know that the MetroCrest Services has a community garden. I don't know if they'd be interested in anything and being involved in that, but I don't think that we should be maintaining that and using our funds for that. My thought.
Anything else?
Question.
Yes, sir.
Mark, your $33,000 does not include cost of human capital, right? You have someone that goes out there. The costs you just quoted were strictly material.
That is for, let me give you a 100% answer on that, sir. The 33,000 is for human capital. It's for the equipment because it's done by a work order system. And then we also have the mowing, plants, and water.
Okay, so it's all in. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I agree with Councilman Roman in regards to the medians over in the Mercer area. The expectations are high in regards to how they're going to be maintained. Question I have, if I recall correctly from the presentation, is that if the city were going to take over responsibility for that, there's a one-time charge for a new vehicle. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and please remind me what that cost.
The vehicles, with the vehicle and trailer, it was about 105. It's amazing, just a work truck these days, crew cab, what we need, runs about 87,000 just for the truck, and about another 15,000 for a trailer.
Okay. But again, that would also be used in places other than
Yes, sir.
Mercer.
Yes, they would not be designated just for those two streets. They would be designated for when Mercer Park comes on, the actual park that's being built, John Burke Nature Area, and it would free up a lot of these other guys that already have, that are overworked with the properties they have. It would balance it out a little bit more.
So most likely you'd have to make that expenditure anyway.
Yes, sir. And there was some questions that were asked before about why it costs so much and why they want so much to take care of those medians out there. Our normal medians are about 13 to 13.5 wide throughout the major thoroughfares of the city. Those medians range anywhere from about 35 foot to about 40 foot. So it's twice the work to do both of those. So we're clear on that part. That's why it's a lot higher.
Understood. And again, I want to reemphasize that I'm very supportive of the city taking that over, providing the level of service that the residents there have come to expect based on what they've been paying. And it seems like it's going to benefit the city additionally by taking that on as opposed to contracting it out. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ben, I have a question. Regarding police and fire, or you said no increase in overtime. When we have events at the historical park, officers that work are typically working overtime, yes? Or many of them?
Yes.
Okay. So would the fact that we're looking to lower the number of events at the historical park, would that create some savings? I don't know that we can sit here right now and say how much, but we wouldn't be using as much overtime.
Jessica, can you remind me how we charge the overtime for police and fire at special events? Is it charged to the police and fire, or is it charged to the event account? Sorry to call you up, but I figured you were ready.
Jessica Alvarado, Recreation Superintendent. So for our bigger special events, we do not reimburse PD. They cover those expenses out of their own general fund accounts.
There you go. So it would reduce the overtime expenditure. Again, I wouldn't recommend decreasing their budget. For example, the fire department is already stopping some trainings because the overtime budget's not allowing for it, but they would make it easier for them to manage within the constraints of their overtime budget.
Well, decreasing your budget for training doesn't make for a better department, that is for sure.
Oh, no, we're not decreasing training. We're just we're recognizing when training, and because when you take firefighters and police officers out, they're not on shift, so we have to cover, and so that's overtime. So it's being cognizant of managing within the budget.
Okay. So where do we seem to be right now? 2.5?
We have added in 840,000. Again, the fee is just part of a calculation I had to put in there. So we're a little over 2 cents in the reduction so far where we sit. Again, that assumes all the other, that's if we brought, so that would be if we brought the parks crew on to help with maintenance where there's a gap on the west side instead of contracting it out. So it would take away the hedge we had on closing the Rose Garden and the community garden, so bringing that back. So we lose that hedge on 280,000, but to bring the crew in is 340, plus about $500,000 for removing the fee as the funding source for landfill closure, post-closure. So we've added 840,000 back into the budget, which decreases the tax rate reduction proportionally to about 2.1, 2.2. But we still haven't discussed the other what-ifs in the budget to go back the other direction.
Understood. But we have to get to 3.
No, it's whatever council wants to get to. I was proposing, how can we go beyond 2?
Okay.
I was targeting 3, and this was the
Okay, I just want to
pathway-
make sure, because
Correct.
3 was the targeted number.
3 was what I
along.
forecasted as your city manager to continue the tax cut journey. And how do we get to 3?
Okay, so 3 will obviously involve some decisions that you all may or may not want to.
May I ask for clarity just real quick? So are we continuing with the community garden?
It didn't sound like y'all had a strong interest in it, but that would be, so if we cut that 30-something thousand back out. I mean,
Okay, that's what I was trying
Yeah.
to make sure.
Or maintaining the Rose Garden. Yeah.
All right,
So Rose Garden's in, community garden out. Okay. So that puts us about 800,000 to get back to 3 cents without any other changes in the journey to 3 cents, which is, and again, when I say that 3 cents forecast, yes, there's certificates of obligation in there. Those aren't subtracting from the 3 cents. The 3 cents includes the COs for the fire trucks, COs for Intech, and the general obligation bonds that the voters authorized. So when I say 3 cents, it's a true pure 3 cent cut as presented. Where we are at this point now, it's a pure 2.2 cents cut
Okay.
unless there's any other changes by the council.
Okay. So then it's looking at other items, and you know, I would strongly suggest that we look at restructuring what we're doing with the library. I don't want to close the library. I think it's important for us to have a library, but if we can adjust hours or staffing level somehow, that we take a look at addressing that. My own opinion, I don't know if anybody has strong feelings on that one way or the other. Councilman Jackson?
Mayor, I would agree. I think we need to relook at the contract with the library. I mentioned that earlier. The other thing, you made a comment earlier that we have $1 million set aside for Squire Park. So I'd like to understand more about, I know we've had some discussions in the past about Squire Park, making a splash pad and, making some investments, in that particular park. I also recall there being some resident sentiment about, well, if we can't get a handle on sort of the challenges we created with Hoya Park, we don't need to be, going ahead and recreating that per se with Squire Park. So I'd like to understand, are we reserving $1 million? Is that a source? Can we push Squire Park? Does that help us get back to break even with 3 cents? I'll stop there and just let the discussion.
So on Squire Park, that's a one-time cash expenditure. So if I'm cutting the tax rate, we need to cut recurring expenditures. So the money that's allotted for building Squire Park in the budget would not be part of the tax rate. That's a one-time cash outlay for the park. So I'm looking for recurring, which would be the maintenance, which shouldn't be super high in the grand scheme of our budget. So that would be more of, if you didn't want the park, how would you rather spend that money somewhere else on a one-time cash outlay?
Okay, thank you for that, Ben.
I did want to ask about the Parks Master Plan. And is that $600,000, I know the city has been working on master plan for parks for many years. We've been spending a whole lot of money on that. Is this $600,000 something that has to be spent? Is this,
Yes, sir. Do you want to-
this is a want versus a need?
It's a idea for, the city and a park, part of that branding to it. But in all fairness, how has the fund been used versus how it was intended? It's been used to cover cost shortages and other projects such as the Branch Connection to make sure we can bring those to life. And the current plan was to roll the fund for a couple of years and save up for, I believe, irrigation controllers is.
Yeah, there's a whole list of projects based from the last master plan that we did in 2020. So that was part of what we were looking to do this coming up year, is to try to update that master plan to see kind of where we are. So at that point, I think what Ben had said is that we would look at project-specific funding. So once the new master plan's in place and we identify projects that we would want to do going forward, we would come to council with a project identified with that and identify funding that we would need, and it would be up to council to make a decision to go forward with that.
My recommendation, if council were to cut this, is sometimes we do have a conservative budget philosophy. So at the end of the year, sometimes there's money left over. If it's cut from the non-bond CIP, I would recommend that be a consideration at the end of the year. If there's any surplus for one-time cash infusions, whether it goes to the landfill closure, post-closure, or maybe to consider a parks amenity or something in the parks master plan. But this would remove it from being funded at $600,000 per year recurring out of the general fund and help us start rebalancing some of these numbers. That would be my recommendation if council said, we're okay passing on this. This isn't something that's been in effect for a long time. It's only been a couple of years, and it hasn't really become part of the fabric of the community yet as far as how it affects things.
Exactly. So a one-time hiatus and revisiting it next year might be in order, and there's $600,000. $700 if you look at the trails. But I don't know if there's a grant associated with the trails or not.
I don't believe so.
We're good on that one. So if the council is willing, that would be $700,000 back into, start covering some of the additions.
What slide is that on?
What?
What slide is that on?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's on 34.
And so you were suggesting to remove the Parks Master Plan of 600,000?
I would suggest they take a one-year hiatus and save that $600,000. That we had a delta of about 8.
Yeah, but it's continuing.
It's
tax
continuous.
cut
It's a,
perpetuity.
I'll be honest with you, in the environment we're in, if it's cut today, the likelihood of it being able to come back is very, very small,
Well,
0.00.
well, I don't know if the likelihood is 0. I would rather wait, see if there's some grant money that we could, or matching funds that we could apply for that make it a little easier for us to say yes or pull money from another budget, whatnot.
Will you help me understand a little bit better? I think you've already explained it, but it wasn't very clear to me. What makes up the Parks Master Plan? What communities would be impacted?
Well, it's just identifying projects that were, when they did the master plan in 2020, there was a list of projects, and they were all over town to address it, specific park areas. And so over the years, they've addressed a lot of those items. And so, but we're getting to kind of the end of that process. And so that's why it's time for us to reevaluate that again. And just to the mayor's point, what we would do, instead of allotting a certain amount of money every year for projects that were identified, we would come to council and say, hey, we want to do this specific project, and this is how much it's going to take to do that. Is some council we want to approve. So it's not like we wouldn't be doing projects. We would just come to you with specific things with an identified budget, and then it would be up to council to approve that project.
Let me ask you this. What happens if one of the projects that are coming online, like Mercer Park or Squire Park, don't fall within the budget? What if there's an unexpected expense that comes up? Where do you source the budget for that? Would that be this fund? Or is this fund only for existing?
Well, for Mercer specifically, we have identified already funding there. That's not the 600,000. So that's a different pot of money that we've already identified. So that Mercer will be taken care of. Squire's got a identified pot of money as well, unless that does.
So what
something.
about any unprecedented expenses that might come up? Maybe you purchase everything, you stage it there for the construction to begin, and someone comes and steals it, or there's a storm that comes and destroys everything, you have to buy it again. Something happens and you need resources to be able to replenish to continue and fulfill that project. Is this where you would get the money for that?
Well, it could be. It could be where we get that, or we come back to council and say, sometimes if we say we bid out a project and we don't have the funding, either we build what we can with the funding we have, or we wait and look at rebidding out the project and come and asking for the additional funding at a later time. So it just gives you guys, it kind of just depends on the situation. What I would say is if we have a budget and we go to bid something out and it doesn't, either we value engineer to get it in budget, or that's when we would come back to council and say, hey, we need a little bit more funding to complete the project. So, but we would just, if we didn't have this, didn't use this funding, we would just come ask for, funding through the
general
budget
fund?
process, do this process, or
The
if we had
reserves
to.
would be one of the likely. That's
So
why
it's
we
either-
had the
yeah.
reserves that mitigate some of the unexpected costs that come up.
So either it'd be the general fund or it'd be this fund. Is that what I'm hearing?
So in the past, that's what we've used for cost overruns on when our bids came back for the senior center. In order to complete that project, we utilized Parks Master Plan.
Okay. So hearing that, then I would propose that maybe we leave that until the construction for some of these larger projects completes. We've already put in a lot of time and money into these things, and I think, like you were saying, the likelihood of it if we get rid of this money, it's not going to come back.
Well, and what we don't say in this is we do have a fund balance in this account already. And I believe we have, 1.7 million in there identified currently. So this is like a savings account. We would allot a certain amount of money. This is the amount of money we were going to put in this next budget year. But we do have funding in there currently to address anything that comes up. For example, Dutch Village, that playground, we were going to utilize some of this funding to be able to cover the cost to update that park, in addition to whatever funds we got back from insurance. So we have funding now. It's been been put in there the last previous years. It's just now we're looking, okay, we'll pause there and then we'll utilize what we have there.
How much money is in the fund right now?
I think 1.7 million.
Okay.
It could be something that you reduce significantly.
Yeah, I mean, I would be more in favor of reducing it than to completely eliminating it, just to kind of have an in-between, like a compromise, I guess is a better word for that. And what I will also say about, well, let me ask these questions first. What was the total cost of Hoya Park roughly?
Well, we were in what, 1.5 million?
It was, the total park cost of all was
The cost including grants and what we've.
grants and everything, it was right about 5.5.
5.5 million? Okay.
Yes.
How much money do we have for Squire Park?
Squire Park is about 1 million.
Are we going to be able to build the exact same thing of Hoya Park in Squire Park with $1 million?
No, that's
Okay.
not what, from what I'm understanding, that's not what the neighborhood wants. It's very interesting. We're going through this right now with Dutch Village, and I'm going back and forth with some vendors. I don't think what one offered me is, just say, to put in a basic playground these days is playground material, the structure, and the labor to put in is about, for a decent one, $200 to $250. Okay? I don't think they're offering me enough for us to be paying $200 to $250 because I'm still living when they cost $75,000. But I still want my money and I want to get what I'm supposed to be getting. So we're going back and forth, and we have another designer that's designing something for us. But this is what I have, this is what I need you to do. Well, that is just playground and the labor to install it. That's not fall zone, that's not concrete around it, that's not lighting. It all adds up and everything has gone up so much. And I'll wait till the big man gets back. The 225, the lighting stuff for the ball fields, I would not stop that. The light poles for the ball fields were evaluated 10 to 14 years ago. We are already behind. This is to replace the poles because they were x-rayed and engineered because we were having poles fall over. So it takes right about $350 to $400 to do one baseball field. Sometimes if we lump it together, we can get 2 fields at one time. So we try to save it so it all can be done. So it normally takes 2 years to save up to do about a field to 2 fields.
So how come, well, first of all, I know that we've replaced light standards
Yes, sir.
at a number of fields.
Cox, the pie fields, all of Oregon, the pie fields, and that's it. That's all we've done.
Okay. So I guess what might be helpful is what is the plan looking forward? You can put that in writing so we can see, so we have an idea of what we're looking at moving forward.
Yes, sir. Right now, we're going, the engineer firm that we're having to x-ray the poles and do the survey again to get us back on track, because in previous years, around 2000, all over here. So around 2014, 2015, there was a delay in the budget. We didn't put money to that. And I wasn't in management then, but I do remember it, so we had to delay it about 2 years. So if something goes wrong with the budget and the budget slows down and we can't afford to fund those, or we change direction, we just get further out because it's been deferred.
Does any of the money from field rental go towards accruing for this expense?
I don't deal with field rentals. I believe Jessica would have to answer that. I believe it goes back to general fund. I'm not quite sure.
Yes, all of our athletic field rental revenue does go to the general fund.
Okay. All revenues go to general fund?
Yes.
Okay, so the parks themselves and rental fees for the parks don't go back to the parks to essentially pay for ongoing maintenance and sustaining that?
No, sir.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. And then I had a question regarding something you said about Squire and Hoya. Are you wanting Squire to be the next Hoya or similar to Hoya? You moved them to, or you set them together, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
No, what I was doing is I was making a comparison that the amount of money that was expended for Hoyt Park is much more significant than what we have available for Squire.
Yes.
So the suggestion that the park is going to be able to be built to the same standard and attract the same type of attention is not existent. And furthermore, we're not going to hire a PR firm for Squire. Yeah.
No.
So we're not going to have attention from all over the country. This is going to be something for a community who has not had investment in it
It's a neighborhood
for
park.
a
Yeah.
long time. And so I'm just going to ask very respectfully, please don't touch my money for Squire Park. And that's it.
Well, that's, as Ben said, it's a non-recurring cost. That money's been set aside, so it's a one-time expense, but
Well, speaking of recurring cost, y'all did mention you were comfortable reducing the parks master plan. Did y'all have a number y'all were comfortable with reducing?
so I
50?
I would be open to scaling it back to 50%, because that'll still leave the fund with $2 million in it, which is pretty healthy. And then we can always address that down the road as needed.
Was there opinion on trails?
What trail are you referring to in this 100,000?
The trails part of that, which was $100,000.
Is that targeted for a specific community?
I'm fine.
We're bringing up an expert real quick on that one, so you can tell us where that money's going.
Ryan Sauter, Director of Public Works today, retired tomorrow, but glad to be here. So the Trails Fund, that's more of a maintenance and extension fund that we're using right now. We're fixing to use it to redo the Rawhide Park Trail along Rawhide Creek. We're extending it out, making it closer to the roadway to get it off the creek edge. But is it specifically allocated to one specific location? No. We've kind of tied it back to help out with making certain connections as part of the grant process, because we're tied into so many grants. We're trying to make those, complete those areas, the gaps, fill in the gaps and improve the areas that need to be improved using that small amount of money. You're not going to do a whole lot with $100,000, especially with a trail. They're getting expensive. They're 12-foot wide. They cost a lot. But there is no specific allocation. If that fund was to go away, and we did have a need for a specific connection elsewhere, we could find the money someplace to make it happen. We're very good at managing our budget and finding those fulfilling those needs.
Ryan, would you say that grant opportunities for trails probably come up a little more frequently than for streets?
Very much so, especially
that's a
right
fair
now.
statement.
There's a huge push for trail expansion. Right now, we've got the DFW Explorer Trail that's in process, connects, I believe, 17 different cities, and it's 62 and a half miles. And that's part of what you're seeing out here with the ART Trail and the trail coming down Denton Drive. That's part of the inclusion on that overall expansion and growth that RTC is looking to achieve.
So if we scaled that back 50% rather than eliminating it, it would still leave some opportunity for some funds.
Sure.
If there was an opportunity out there.
And I'm telling you right now, with the appetite of the federal government for these trails, there's new funding resources made available every single day with regards to trails. Some of them have different matching criteria. They're ranging between 25 and 50% matching criteria right now. The biggest expense with federal funding for all of these trails is the administration cost. It costs a fortune to administer a federal grant. It costs a fortune to maintain it and manage it. It costs a fortune to have the legal resources put forth to finalize the grant just to get the advanced funding agreement. And then it costs you more money to file all the environmental impact testing requirements and archaeological assessments, and then the TxDOT reviews. So grants are not free. They come with an inherent cost. We know that very well.
Have we ever used any tourism funds to fund trails?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't know if that's an opportunity. I'm just asking the question.
I don't know that those two would coincide. I don't know if you could, I don't think you could do that.
Okay.
That's two completely different sources.
Councilman Jackson, any comments?
No comment.
Anybody else?
I just, Tammy, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that you had mentioned something about how sales tax and some of the other hotel revenue has been on the decline recently. Is it trending down?
Correct.
Okay. How has that been incorporated into the overall revenue? Is the expectation for that to continue, or?
So we projected we would be down another $1 million next year.
Okay, so that has been taken into account?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you.
Back to option L. I'd actually like to take Parks Master Plan to 200,000, and the trails improvement can go away. So that'd be $500,000 right there. No, excuse me. Yeah. $500,000.
I'd be supportive of that.
I would agree. He seemed to think we can find the other funds if we needed them. At least Ryan.
So Parks Master Plan, 100,000, reduction of 500,000, or no?
Reduction
No.
of 4.
Four, okay.
Only 200.
200, and
And then
reduce
remove the trail completely.
100,000 trail.
Which,
Wait a minute. That's what I thought.
Mayor, I'd like to make a future agenda item request to stop using the euphemism of trails when we're talking about concrete sidewalks.
Pathways?
I mean, I was having a little fun, but
Oh, I'm sorry, I was trying to write with
yeah,
my
I
left
know,
hand.
sorry.
Okay.
I said I'd like to have a future agenda item to stop using the euphemism of trails for what are concrete sidewalks, because they're concrete sidewalks.
Okay. We'll have that. All right, so Dan, where, can you,
We're on L.
yeah,
Well, I think we skipped around.
We did, I'm just jumping.
I didn't think we even got to
Where-
eight.
Then we did cut out the $200,000 for the city clinic, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I have some thoughts on A.
on which?
Sorry, that's number 23. Option A, yeah.
Go ahead.
It's hard for me to remember. When was the last time that we had Halloween in the park? 2 years, okay.
I couldn't hear what you said, Councilman Roman. Can you say that again? into the
Yeah,
microphone?
I asked, when was the last time that we had Halloween in the park?
And they didn't have it last year because of the weather, but I believe previous years it did occur.
Okay. And how much resources are used to put that on?
It takes the whole department to do Halloween in the park, so it's pretty much, it's based out of the rec center. The staff, it uses that staffing, but we utilize park staffing, aquatic center, we utilize the whole department. It takes the whole department, it's the effort to put that on.
Do we know what the cost is that we end up spending, not including staff time, because you probably didn't know I was going to ask that question to have an answer prepared. I assume the staff cost is going to be significant, but what does it normally cost? that
Yeah,
you're writing?
typically, it's budgeted about 60,000, that's with staffing, and I think the supplies are in that 30-ish, $33,000, about half of that is in supplies. So when we're looking at that was one of the items that was in that other list that you had, that, the events one, I don't
Yeah,
remember
the
which slide
circle,
that was.
yeah.
That included Halloween in the Park,
Okay.
funding in that.
When is Blooming Bluegrass?
It's in October.
And Halloween in the Park is in October. How far apart are
Correct.
they?
Couple weeks. They're very close.
Who puts on?
So we have
The
the
other
event,
one.
the events team that we have will do, that's their primary event, the Bloomin' Bluegrass. And so, we've whittled that team back to a couple people now, and we would need still funding in the budget we're looking at to finish that event. And that's something we talked about in a previous meeting.
Yeah.
The Bluegrass is in the Hotel Motel Fund.
Okay.
Correct.
And I guess just because the event is outdoors, I sometimes worry that investing so heavily, not just in staff time, but for it to all come together, I worry that, because I'm just thinking about Veterans Day, how we moved it indoors.
Correct.
I don't know if there's an opportunity to maybe mimic what we've learned before.
I'll see what, Halloween is Jessica's specialty. I'll let her speak to that.
So yeah, I just didn't know if there was an opportunity to maybe have a smaller scale event where we wouldn't lose out on so much staff time and also just raw cost. If we were to move it maybe to the event center, or we would move it to another facility, and maybe make it a little bit different. I don't know. It was a thought, because I remember being very excited about the event and driving by, and there was just puddles and puddles of water everywhere.
Yes. So part of Ben's slide in getting to the 3 cents included a reduction in special events, 8 special events. And so that would include 2 of our dog park events, our annual Fish and Fun, Family Night, Denton Drive Lives, Santa on the Move, and Halloween in the Park. And so what the team's looking at doing is, the Historical Park offers haunts and houses, which is primarily for all residents. A lot of our young resident families utilize haunts and houses versus Halloween in the Park, because Halloween in the Park is more of a larger scale and they can't bring the littles out to that. They can, it's just a lot scarier for them. So what the department is looking at doing is utilizing haunts and houses and redirecting our forces to assist with that, which has been very successful in the years past. And allowing us to be able to save between $40,000 and $60,000 from not doing Halloween in the Park.
Okay.
How does Dia de los Muertos affect that?
Yeah, I had a question about that one too, because, I recognize that it was one of my favorite events, but at the end of the day, this is not a city for me. So if it makes sense, because the way I'm seeing it is, it's a cultural event, and I think it's probably something that would be more consistent to be celebrated. Well, it can't be celebrated within, the multicultural event, but I think the essence of the heritage can be incorporated into that event. And so I just was looking at these events and trying to figure out how we continue to be consistent in our methodology about how we approach events.
That's a great question. So Dia de los Muertos is paid out of the HOT Fund, which is our historical park staff and their fund. So we're not really
I see. Yeah.
reducing from those funds. However, Halloween in the Park, even though it's located at the historical park, it comes from the general fund and it's put on by general fund staff.
Okay. I just had a question about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Don't fall.
Jessica, so I'm clear, Halloween in the Park is included in the 8 events that we are keeping.
Yes. Halloween in the Park is included in the 8 events that we are removing for this upcoming fiscal year. So that would be October 2024 Halloween in the Park. That would not be happening, but haunts and houses would still continue to happen. And haunted houses.
Okay, thank you.
I looked at the budget for that expenditure-wise, and we spent about $500 on that event, and it reaches a lot of our young residents versus Halloween in the Park, where we have kind of 45, 55 of resident, non-resident, and but the costs are a lot larger.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I feel like we're having a telephone here.
We are currently,
What's our tote board?
we have,
With call-ins from across the country.
so we've increased the budget at 3 cents by 300,000 currently. So that would reduce the tax rate reduction to 2.7 cents, but we still have several letters to go through. You know, in the spirit of time, Mayor and Council, it sounded like there wasn't much of an appetite for cutting facilities. We are looking at amending the hours, though. Part of the original part to get there was being responsible with those hours and aligning as best we can. Hopefully not cutting services, but some of those, it's just, there's a lot of hours and they're similar to the library. And so somewhere in there will be some kind of savings that should balance out. So if we cut less on maybe the other facilities in the library, because it's the most expensive facility, maybe we can wash some of that out.
Here's what I hate. That is, I hate feeling like we have to hit a number. We don't have to hit the number, okay? It'd be nice. 2 was great last year. 3 would be great this year. More than 3 would be even better. But I think the threshold of pain for getting to more than 3 is going to be more than what anybody at this table wants to bear. So perhaps with some fine tuning on the library, which was mentioned earlier, that might get us a little bit closer. I'm not sure how much.
It might, but if we look at just the other options, we have the screening, contracts for service. I need direction on the requested positions, and I do need direction on raises. Those are big ticket items, and so I do need direction on those.
Well,
So
I think,
I was gonna say, should we just go this letter by letter and instead of skipping around? Did that make sense?
we can, or really, I think we're talking about G and H at this point.
Did y'all have any appetite to discuss removing any of those 4.5 miles of right-of-way bushes? Or leave that for a future? That would cause a lot of probably feedback, call it a hunch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Plus, is there an expense to, I assume we would remove the bushes?
And just put it in as a piece of grass and make it easy to maintain.
Then you're going to be looking at crappy fences.
Right.
Okay, which, that's going to increase the workload of code enforcement. So every action has a equal and opposite reaction. And that's not to say that one is wrong, but it is going to create a whole nother set of issues that we're going to have to answer to.
Right, and that was my point. It's, the current expenditure is 52,000, there would be cost for putting in, granted, it would eliminate the annual, but for this year, there would be a cost to remove the bushes, to put in grass, all that stuff. And then there would still be, would the maintenance of that grass be the property owner, or would that still be the city?
I believe in this case, it looks like it would still be us, but we'd have to go look at, there's a lot of looking to be done on that one. It's just more of an understanding that we do maintain things at a level that aren't consistent throughout the entire city.
Yep.
It has become a normalized thing. And we had this experience with Councilman Neal and some of the properties in his with the mowing the easements that we were abandoned as through council discussion. There's some strong feedback coming now that that's turning into reality. This would have a very similar sting to it. So maybe it's something we can research further and say, what would it really look like? Because I'd be interested in seeing that map as well of where that 4.5 miles is and maybe looking at it a little bit closer before, because it is a small dollar amount in the current.
Right, and again, there would be corresponding expenses to cutting it out, so it wouldn't be a $52,000 savings. It would be a bit less, so. I
So
have
then
no
it
problem
comes,
with moving past that.
then we'd move to the contracts for service with our nonprofits. These are long-term contracts, but they are contingent on council appropriation. As the budget is appropriation, you have the opportunity to adjust them if you see fit.
Well, MetroCrest Service and Woven Clinic have been two staples of our community for as long as I can remember. Both provide direct benefits to our city. I don't know what Family Place does. I know we heard the presentation. I think that there may be some duplication with MetroCrest. And so if we want to look at anything, it might make sense to look at the Family Place.
Yeah, and I think I remember from their presentation, I was looking for something very specific, which was how many Farmers Branch residents have you helped, so we can understand the value, and I never heard that. I was searching and never heard it, and I didn't want to ask the question. I felt like they would have been embarrassed, but I didn't ask. But that was the one that I've always questioned on our involvement with. So I'd be in support of cutting that from 15 to 0.
But if we're going to do that, we need, come budget time, we need to make sure that we send a note to them in advance to let them know, so they're not shocked.
We will, we'll let them know the discussion's happening.
Okay.
And then may I ask a question? For the Woven Health Clinic, have we always had them at 50,000?
No.
I feel like they had come to have an increase, and they said that was going to be a one-time thing, but I might be misremembering.
They were at 25, and
Okay.
then they put forth a request for 50 when Mayor Dye was mayor, and it did not get addressed
yeah.
for whatever reason. So I'd call it oversight, who knows? But they were wanting to increase their funding from the city.
Yeah. I mean, I remember they had said last year during their presentation that they were going to begin working towards being less reliant on funding from the government. So I was surprised to see the number continue at 50. As we're talking about budget cuts, I think I'd be okay with reverting back to the 25, unless they feel there's a compelling reason to maintain it at 50, just remembering the conversation that we had last year. But that's just my opinion.
Woven Health Clinic provides quite a bit of service to Farmers Branch residents. I think we would probably want to hear from them on their plan to change their in a presentation a couple of years ago. They were working on a membership type of structure with corporations and such. And so the thought at that time was eventually they wouldn't be. We suggested, so I think we need to hear from them on what.
We can certainly have them back. I would be hesitant because they are based here in Farmers Branch, so I can't remember the numbers, but, they're working specifically here. They are offering a sort of like a concierge level of service, if you will. They call it something else, but they've been trying to develop that program for members, but they provide a lot of service, as I recall, to lower income residents of Farmers Branch. I think it's an important service to have.
So could we get them back quickly and
Yeah.
as a follow-up? And I don't know if was it a one-time thing they were looking for, or?
No, we fund them
I know we fund them, but it's been funding at 25, right?
Well,
It was this
that
extra
was
50 something.
25 was 2 years ago.
Yeah, and I think, if my memory serves, they said that they had lost some federal funding, and that's why they were needing some additional support. But I think it would be good to bring them back and just kind of touch base on that, and maybe I can have an opportunity to refresh my memory on exactly what it is that they said. Because I'm just going off of memory, and it's been a while. I've slept a few times.
Would we have time in study session to have them come, or should we just hold that for a council item?
We can. This is small enough in the budget ecosystem that it's infinitely small in the budget discussion when it really comes down to it. So yes, that's something we can pull them in as quickly as possible.
Okay.
And as Councilor Rowan said, get a feel for how many Farmers Branch residents they actually do service with that, because if it's minimal, or by the same token, if it's a lot, should warrant a larger portion.
Moving to slide H.
Requested positions.
Yep, so
I
think
will give one piece on here, and that again is the fleet inventory one that's budget positive in the discussion. It's cheaper for us to do that in-house significantly because of inventory requirements that Napa has on us. So just for you all to know, that's a budget positive change. It still is a head count, but it is budget positive.
the majority of this is being driven by police and fire, and I think the
Yes.
sentiment was already expressed that we're not going to touch
Agreed.
police and fire. And I'll go so far as to say, IT is one of those departments that it's an unfortunate need. We have to have it. It's insurance for the city. I've sat in meetings, Ben, you've been there too, where we've heard from cities that were hit by ransomware attacks, and it is not a fun conversation to listen to. In fact, it's a very expensive conversation to listen to. So, I just don't see a change here myself, but you all are the ones voting on these.
What's the human resource? What's the human resource for?
I'm going to pull Jeffrey up for that one.
So the human resources position, I talked a little bit about it next time. This is going to cover one of our key areas that we're kind of missing from a core HR function, which one of the primary ones will be employee relations. And so we have people who cover benefits, we have people who cover risk, we have people who cover recruiting. One of the biggest gaps we have right now is somebody who can cover the employee relations side. And that's going to be everything, investigations, employee discipline, employee coaching, all the things that kind of help keep us safe on the employment liability side. Just this week, we've had about 6 incidents alone. And the trend kind of, it comes and goes, but in the time where it's not, where it's going, so a little bit more than it's coming, would be this position would also focus on employee development, learning and development. So employee relations is the reactive side, and the employee development and learning supervisor development, that would be the proactive side. And they would be going to departments, training up some leadership, looking real hard at compliance, and focusing on some of those key things there.
Jeffrey, I need a point of clarification just for my council. When you say you have people, is it a person or people for those functions? We're pretty lean. I just want to make sure we're clear on how you're describing the department. When you say you have somebody for payroll, benefits, is it a person or people?
It's a good clarification because we have person. We have a payroll person.
Okay.
We have a benefit person. We have a risk person, a recruiting person. And this would be an employee relations person. Nobody else would really cover. There wouldn't be much overlap. Besides myself and the director.
Questions?
Is there a reason there's no overlap between those 3 or 4 you just mentioned, that one person can't do a little bit more or help out?
So the employee relations side of it is a really, it's a very technical skill set. There's a lot of investigation training that goes into it. It's knowing the in-depth nature of employment law, of things that tie back to federal government and being able to abide by things like Title VII and EEOC requirements, and making sure that every investigation that we do, we're not setting ourselves up for liability, and that we're also coaching appropriate levels of discipline. So if somebody comes to us and say, well, we want to fire this person, it's not always that simple. Okay, well, what have we done so far? What does the documentation look like? Things like that. So it's a very, very specific skill set that can be grown into people, but it takes a significant amount of time to grow that kind of skill set. It's not really an internal homegrown type of position.
Richard, you got any questions?
Yeah, I understand can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I understand the division,
Well, we can't.
although.
It cut out.
This is not.
Oop, you're off now. We got you, you understand the position, and that was it.
Okay, I understand the positions, don't overlap. Benefits is not payroll. Payroll is not benefits, although some may feel like they do or should overlap a little bit. Recruiting is very different than payroll. We have one person in each of these roles. I'm going to assume, Jeff, or maybe you can shed some light on this, how much administration we push on the outside vendors so that we can manage capacity appropriately.
So we work very closely with the vendors that we do have, particularly on the benefit side. We have a lot of really good third-party vendors that we're able to coordinate with, and they manage a lot of the processes for us, kind of on the more so the leave and absence side. Most everything else is really handled primarily in-house. The payroll stuff is handled by the payroll person. There's not a lot of back and forth with the vendor unless we're having a system issue and we have to open a ticket, something like that. Same thing with recruiting. Most of that is getting out in the community, finding pipelines to build, and all that just happens with our partners. But outside of those things, now with the risk position, that does go through Texas Municipal League. We're part of that risk pool. And so that position in itself doesn't just do risk. We do have some overlap in that. That also covers ADA, American, if somebody has a disability and needs an accommodation at work, that position also handles that. They also handle leave and absence administration, military leave administration, things like that. So where we can overlap and where we can find room for that, we always look for that, and that's how we design that risk position. This is just something that's the employee relations position is one that has so much involved in it. It's not one that can really be distributed elsewhere, because it would, even just one employee relations case alone could take, 3 days of the week out of that week just to address.
Okay, thank you.
Council, anybody have any other items that they wish to discuss? Ben, where's our total?
We are plus 260,000 with some rounding in there. That includes assuming the Woven Clinic and Family Place reductions. So I'll start at the top. Removing the trash free from consideration as part of revenues, that's $500,000. Parks crew, keep the Rose Garden, 340,000. Remove the community garden, reduces by 40,000. Parks master plan reduced by 400,000. Trail plan reduced by 100,000. And then the Family Place by 15,000. The Woven Clinic by 25,000. There's some asterisks in there, so we'll get some follow-up information for you all as discussed. And then, were there any changes here at this point in time, or do I go to the raise slide next?
I'm fine with H as is.
Next slide. Oh, what?
Let's come back to this. I have some concerns, but I kind of like to see where else we go on the rest of it. So we're going to come back to this.
This is raises from the previous presentations.
Yep, and I know we discussed this previously. You know, the city's a business, and I'll just say my opinion. The city is a business. It costs more money to operate the city, just like if you're a business owner, it costs more money to operate your business. And part of maintaining an ongoing business concern is to be competitive in the marketplace so you don't lose all your people. So I don't know how you get around the cost of doing business.
And I agree, because in any position like this, or any business like this, the cost of replacing someone who's going to leave because of higher paying opportunities elsewhere, not only during the hiring process, but the training process, the ramping up, all that, the cost many times exceeds what the pay increase would have been.
Absolutely. And, you know, here we just committed to having another staff person in the HR department to address our needs. So I know we recognize the importance of this, and I want to make sure that everybody that works for the city that we employ, that they're compensated as well as we can. I think we give good benefits with the 4-day work week. We've been a leader in some areas. We're not necessarily going to be the leader in salary, but I think we've tried to make up for it with some other opportunities available to employees. So I'm curious to hear what you all have to say.
I did want to clarify, based on council feedback, when we presented compensation, it would be performance-based outside of step increases. And what I'm currently leaning towards, and again, I take your feedback on this one, is yes, it'll be performance-based, but consideration for the ranges would be given based on my top-out employees versus my lower-level employees. So you're still earning your raise, but if you're at the bottom of your pay band trying to bring you closer to the market median, which is what we're aligning to, that would change the range a little bit. So for example, if you're one of my lowest earning employees in a frontline position, and instead of it being 0 to 3, maybe it's 0 to 4% for the raise range, where somebody who's at top out, it would be a lower range, but it would still be performance-based. So it's still trying to balance my pay scales. That protects the city in the long run too, as it gets it to very predictable employee cost in a very aligned manner to where like jobs, like employees are paid similar, but again, rewarding the higher performers. So taking the council feedback, that's how we would try and get there, both goals, and kind of bring them together in the middle for compensation. And of course, you have the police and fire step. They automatically have a raise. That is not included in the cut. I didn't include any cuts to step changes for police and fire. That's something we've never done, is not do that. So I'm not recommending, and it's not in my proposal here. This would just be the market adjustments to the steps, and then the 3% raise range for staff is at 3% overall, so it could go a little bit higher, 0 to 4 in sums, but it's 3% to the range.
This number represents roughly 3%
Correct.
across the board.
3% for fire, 3% for police, and then general employees basically budgeted it. So everybody else at 3%, but varying based on performance, but budgeted at 3%.
So let me ask you a question, Ben, because I haven't been a salaried employee for a long, long time. Worked on commission, and I wanted to make more money. I went and sold more. Pretty simple. But merit can be sometimes subjective.
Correct.
So how do you take that subjectivity, and maybe I should be asking you, how do you take that out of the equation so employees don't feel like they're being either overlooked, cheated, passed over, or whatnot, when they themselves feel like they've done a good job?
It's a great question, and one, as we've started to develop a new pay for performance philosophy, one that I've taken under heavy review. So It all comes down to oversight, and it all comes down to the process and how you train your supervisors and what you have in place for checks and balances. So the technical term for it is called calibration. So a supervisor gives a rating to an employee. They submit it for the raise, and let's just use easy numbers here. They get a rating of 4. So they'll submit that over to the calibration committee. The calibration committee will review. They have to provide, if you're going to rate somebody at that 4, they have to provide, okay, well, what makes them a 4? What can you show us as far as tangible things such as budget savings, impact to city operations, efficiencies, things like that. So just to say that somebody is a 4 just won't be enough to just say, oh, well, they're a 4. They're going to have something that backs that up, that substantiates it, that the calibration committee can look at and review and determine this is comparable to, based on the role of the position, because each position, that's one of the important things, is that all positions are different and all have different impacts that they're designed to make. So a 4 for one position won't be the same impact as a 4 for another, so you have to know how to evaluate them properly to make sure that this is a 4, and this is also a 4, maybe it's a 3, right? So building in those pieces, a lot of it comes down to the training for supervisors and making sure that they understand the process, how to score, what's required when they score, making sure that they understand if there's peers in those positions. If we have, say, parks positions, there's 10 maintenance workers. They all have the same job description. They all share the same job description. We're making sure that we're evaluating them under the same criteria and evaluating them fairly, and that's another big component of that kind of oversight that I'm talking about with that calibration.
And that calibration committee, as you referred to, who is that comprised of?
So that would be primarily people who would be more objective in that way. So HR would be a big component in that committee. And we've still got some discussions to have on who else might be a part of that committee. Keeping in mind that we have a 3% essentially targeted goal of where we can make it with that. So it really comes down to not everybody can be a 4. Not everybody can be a this or can be a that. And that's why the calibration committee is so important, to put the guidelines in and the rules in to make sure that people know how to abide, how to guide to those rules.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions here? Go ahead.
Ben, can you briefly summarize the raises that have occurred, say, over the past 4 or 5 years? Police, fire, everybody else?
I can easily go back 2, which is kind of just the recent history for it. So police in FY22 were 7%, FY23 were 7% plus a 2% one-time payment, and then 6% in FY24. So that's 3 years back, so that's 20%, proposed 3%. These were market-driven, so I want to say those raises seem substantial, but we were lagging behind in both police and fire. For fire in FY22, it was 4%. In FY23, it was 7% plus a 2% one-time payment, so that doesn't affect the salary. FY24 was 6%, proposed this year at 3%, and those are market adjustments to the steps that are their standard raises. For regular employees, non-public safety, FY22 was 1 to 4%, FY23 was 1 to 6%, FY24 was 3, and it's proposed at up to 3 this year. Or budgeted at 3. It'll have a little bit of range based on that, but budgeted at 3.
So this number here, the 1.371, is 3% for police, 3% for fire.
Budgeted 3% for everyone else, but it would be performance-based. So the 3% for police and fire is only for the step employees in that case.
Okay.
Not the admin staff or anybody above the rank of captain, essentially.
Okay, thanks.
I would propose we reduce that to 2%, and back on H, I'm good with the 3 patrol officers that I think we're getting federal funding for. And I think that will, am I correct that that'll require the traffic unit sergeant?
As designed by police, yes.
Right, okay. I'm fine with that position too.
What is that? 1%? What is that delta?
We got two different suggestions.
$450,000. Percent change.
Give or take, yeah.
Budget, we're looking at inflation over 3%. We're not even meeting inflation.
Yeah, my inclination is to stick with 3%, as Councilman Jackson points out. The inflation rate over the last few years has greatly exceeded 3%. So people are actually losing position in the economy. So to cut this even more so would have a great negative impact.
I agree. I think it would have a negative impact on staff, morale. I would be inclined to leave it. You have a difference?
The difference between 3 and 2 is $457,000.
Where does that put us on the board, so to speak, with all the?
Let me pull the board out.
It's back into the three.
I forgot where we left off on that board, overall,
We're short of the 3
percentage-wise.
cents.
We're now back at 3, we're about 3.2.
I do want to mention that the 2% would affect the officers in your police and fire departments.
I couldn't hear you.
The reduction of the raise would affect the officers in your fire and your police departments,
I'm not.
and your administrative staff for those departments.
So that's.
So we're at 3.2.
If,
If we just leave this as it is proposed here, just don't cut it, basically. We're still at 3.2?
we're looking at there, is we still
We're still at
get
3.2?
revenues coming in, yeah. I just need final direction on raises.
I
Leave,
say stay, keep
leave,
it as
stay.
is.
Roger.
What about the reduction just on admin staff? What would that do if we went from 3% to 2%?
That's the 457,000.
Just for the non-public safety?
Or if we include,
If we left the police and fire at their 3% and change the other from,
we'd
what are
have
we
to
talking about?
determine what that is. That's including their admin and their officers. That's a number I don't have right now. It would obviously be less.
I will say I do have concerns about splitting my team's compensation up. We're branded as one city, and so we are a team on this one, so I do caution about splitting some of those just as a consideration. That would be treating the employees differently.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's either 3% across the board or 2%.
Richard? You, for leaving at 3 or changing? Leaving at 3. Okay, 3. Well, I will say, I think you're doing your employees a disservice to not recognize this. There's a huge intangible cost also that's associated with this, and the city will pay the price for it, I believe. Not everything's about cutting dollars. So So,
I agree, I think it's gonna have a larger impact than just the money involved.
I say we leave it at 3% across the board.
Raising right now, staying at 3, but we,
Okay. But the positions you mentioned,
Councilman Barrett had asked to go back to that.
okay.
So go back one slide.
So it's right there. So to keep the traffic unit sergeant and the 3 patrol officers, let me add that up.
yeah, we already have that.
No, I asked if we could go back to it.
Oh, sure we can.
Oh,
Yes.
When I proposed the 3, or the 2% a minute ago, I also said on H that I was good with the 3 patrol officers and the traffic unit sergeants.
May I ask a quick question? The warehouse position, the fleet inventory, sorry, that is a budget positive position. That's the only reason I bring it up. If it was just adding if it was adding a position, I wouldn't bring it back up, but that is a budget positive move that helps me on the budget. So I just want to make sure if that was, okay.
I believe the human resource officer, there was reduction in some of the training cost. So we'd have to add that back.
Tammy, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Are you, what do you,
So with Councilman Members Baird's suggestion and only keeping the traffic unit sergeant and the patrol officers, the 3 patrol officers, for cost savings, we would keep the fleet inventory position because that's budget neutral. Positive. I'm sorry. It's positive, actually.
so,
So you're looking at about 170,000 in savings.
and that is, again,
I'm sorry.
I want to make
Let
sure
me
that you're saying
re-add
this
that.
loud and clear.
I'm getting rid of, I'm sorry, let me subtract out the 3 firefighters.
Who was wanting to cut on this page, on this slide? What were you wanting to cut?
So I said I was fine with the 3 patrol officers and the traffic unit sergeant, and then talking to the fleet inventory person also.
So that would be a savings of $508,000.
So not the firefighters?
Initially, no.
Okay.
Mayor, I want to remind the council that in Chief, go adding certain additional firefighter on each shift, because there's 3 shifts.
I think we should,
He's trying to bring me back to my presentation. If y'all want to ask questions about the 3 firefighters, it's definitely important. I would not bring it to y'all if it wasn't. I think I covered that deeply in 20 minutes. I can do it again. I have no problem with giving you my facts. If anybody else besides Councilman Baird needs to hear that, I'm willing to give that. Would y'all like to hear my explanation?
Hold on, Chief, hold on. Go ahead, Councilman.
I think Councilman Jackson was saying something and we might have interrupted him. I don't know if it was a media connection. I wanted to let him the opportunity to finish. If,
I was just going to say probably what Chief Latimer is about to offer.
okay.
Firstly, I recall
Well-
the chief's presentation and the importance of adding the 3 firefighters, 1 per shift. If I recall, it increases the ability for the firefighters to address someone potentially in a building.
Yes, it is definitely, it's part of our, like we said, there's 2 different things there. One's our staffing of 4-man, we are behind. Once again, that's why we're trying to build this out. This was phase 2. Phase 1 for the council that agreed to that last year. Finish that out, and also as part of our ventilation as well. So we put 2 on top of the roof and 2 below. You can't do that with three. You can't split the crews. That's what we're trained at, trying to get trained at for that truck as well. So that's the importance there. And like we stated earlier, I heard, a few council members that you support public safety and the importance of that. So that's where I feel like the 3 firefighters is definitely important in this budget year to finish out the staffing of the fire department.
I
Mayor and council, I hate to interrupt. We're having trouble with the residents hearing you, so I do need you at your microphones, please.
For me? Sorry. It's always been my opinion that when it comes to cost saving versus life saving takes precedent every time. And I think the benefit of having the 3 additional firefighters is critical in the way we serve the city.
I agree. It's also critical that we take care of our firefighters out there.
Thank you, Chief. We can go around the room one more time. I'm really surprised that we're even having this conversation on this item, but so be it. I'm for including the 3 firefighters.
Yeah, as I said at my outset, I'm a supporter of police and fire,
Counsel-
so I'm fully on board with the firefighters.
Councilman Jackson?
Thumbs up.
I support what's presented.
Thank you. Councilman Reed?
I support option H as written.
Councilman Roman?
So I'm fine with the 3 firefighters. I'm not fine with the human resource. I'm okay with the traffic unit sergeant. I'm okay with the fleet inventory. I'm okay with the 3 patrol officers and the IT.
Again, we just heard from HR as to why they're needing this position, so we can go around the room and express your preference for that. I would support that. Councilman?
My preference would be no.
Councilman Jackson?
I support the HR position. So I support option H as it's presented.
Thank you. Councilman Reed?
I reiterate option H as written.
Okay.
No on the human resource.
So that'll be about 56,000, because we'll have to put back the training.
We'll get there.
And I'm sorry, could you remind us what the impact of the human resource person would be?
Yes, so we have budgeted that would be $106,418. We had cut $50,000 from our training budgets for this position, so the net impact is about $56,000.
So that's a position you want to cut for $56,000. That's what I'm hearing. That correct?
I'm a no on the human resource position.
The next letter would be trash service at once a week or not.
Item K, which is the residential trash fees.
Are we on J or K?
J.
Which one?
K.
J.
Jay?
Jay, sorry.
Oh, wait a minute.
I had two different
We got trash all over the place.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
Jay. Once a week trash service.
Item J, moving to once a week trash service. Councilman Neal?
Can you come back to me? I want to hear what
No.
the other councilmen may have to contribute.
Councilman Rowan?
Well, I just advocated for twice a week in Mercer Crossing. So it'd be nice to keep it that way. But if we are going to be making difficult decisions, then I can definitely get on board with a once a week trash service. Part of the reason why I wanted to make sure that Mercer Crossing had twice a week trash pickup was to make sure that they were treated equitably and equally across the city, and they were the only community who received once a week, whereas the rest had twice. So a bit of a shift, but I think it's something that could be understandable. But I'd like to keep it, but I understand if there's a need to modify the servicing schedules.
Well,
There
there
is,
isn't a need, is it your desire to cut? Do you want to cut residential trash service? That's the question here.
Well, I just said what I said.
Well,
I think this is better left till, I don't think we should make this decision at this point. I think
Okay.
this is something that's going to take discussion at study session and normal meetings and whatnot.
so I'll interject here. I think if you're thinking about changing residential trash service to once a week, that at least one, if not more, town hall meetings are in order to explain to residents what it is you're trying to do and why. This was brought up once before by a previous mayor, and I guarantee you there were 300 people in this room that were afraid that they were going to lose their twice-a-week garbage service. I can assure you that we will have at least that many people here again to discuss that and voice their opinions. So,
Mr. Mayor, one thing, if y'all do consider this, that I was asked to present to you, is to consider the fact that if you do go once a week, it will require a cart. It wouldn't require it, but you would almost have to have a cart at every residence that was serviced. That would be the only way to provide that service once a week and keep animals and rodents out of the trash. So that's going to be an expense that's incurred to get those carts out, get them delivered to every location. But that's just one thing to consider moving forward if you do go that route. Everybody would need a cart.
yep, thank you for that. In addition, we have more new, younger families moving into the city than ever before with kids. They're just going to make more trash. And that just comes along with some of these households. So I would propose that you do not take any action on this item at this time.
I agree, as I said before. I think moving forward, though, as times change, the problem we've gotten ourselves into is that half the time I hear the truck coming down my alley, they're not stopping anywhere because everybody's got the bins. You can't fill a bin up in 3 days. It's very rare. And so one of the 2 days a week, the truck is usually stopping at maybe 25-30% of the houses on my alley. So I think that eventually it's going to get to the point that people realize how much environmental impact and money we're wasting by running twice a week.
Well, I
when
think-
the majority of the citizens have these big bins, and I know it's going to be a hard pill to swallow for some, but it's just so much more efficient.
I'm not sure that you could base the whole city based
I
on
understand.
your block, but
understand.
I would rather see some data from our
Absolutely.
vendor and have him tell us how much he's collecting on one day versus the other day. Since everybody's serviced twice, let's hear what those metrics are before we make any decisions.
Okay.
Councilman
As
Reed?
far as me, coming from the west side, where we've had trash once a week for me the last many years, I don't have the history, so I agree that we should get some resident input into that and some information from the vendors in regards to the amount of usage, like Councilman Barrett said, if half the homes are doing it one day a week and the other half are doing it the other day a week, doesn't it make sense to do it once a week? So just to see if that plays out everywhere, if that's the standard.
Councilman Jackson?
My home can do once a week trash pickup, but there's only two of us here. You know, we have homes with large families that may need twice a week trash pickup. If I'm looking at the budgetary impact, it's $1.24 a month for that second time a week trash pickup. We could charge $1.50 a month to defray the second trash pickup, or go to once a week trash pickup, and then everyone would be required to have a bin. I do think it's a very sensitive subject with our residents, and so I would also support, resident input, maybe a survey to find out, do residents really feel like they need twice a week trash pickup? But I don't think that this is something that we can address in the budget right now without that input.
Thank you. Councilman Neal?
I'd also like to agree with Councilman Jackson as well as you, Mayor. We need some additional input on this. It's part of a larger discussion as we had earlier today regarding trash fees and that sort of stuff. I think it's a much larger discussion that we probably need to have across the board with resident input.
Dan, you have that?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Option K? Councilman Roman?
No. Oh, sorry, no. No.
So you don't want to charge the $5 fee? I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
I think this is a different option.
This is completely removing the city's involvement with the trash fee at all, so this would be a complete pass-through.
No. A completely different
Yeah.
item from the $5 land
They-
fee closure.
Correct, this would be completely different. It's just showing what the budgetary impact was. But based on the no trash fee earlier, I'm assuming this is definitely a no. But
If we're not going to approve $5, I can't see us approving 20.
We did approve that.
Oh, we did approve 5.
Well, you didn't, a previous council.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought, okay, and I apologize. I thought.
Which will get to 20 in
The
20
only thing
years.
is we're saying that we're not counting that as, we're not claiming that as budget reduction. Okay.
I already said that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Councilman Jackson?
Yeah, I would leave this one alone too.
Thank you. Councilman Neal?
Same thing, yeah, leave it.
All right. We've done L. M.
M was more of a budgeting exercise to show we were considering other services that we could maybe go a different direction with.
All right,
No.
so where are we at?
No.
We're at the end of this part of the journey for staff direction, so I'd just like to affirm certain components of it. On the tax rate, I'm assuming keep pushing to find other areas, maybe the revenues help out to where we can further reduce the rate. The current rate as is still going to hover right around 3 cents until I have firm revenue numbers. Getting to 3 cents, we removed the trash fee that was previously passed by council. Staff will bring forward an ordinance in alignment with the budget to remove that fee as part of the fee update. We're going to move to a parks crew. Instead of outsourcing the median maintenance, we will keep the rose garden. We will remove the community garden. We will cut the parks master plan by $400,000. We will cut the trail plan by $100,000. The family place reduced by $15,000. The Woven Clinic proposed at a $25,000 reduction, cutting the HR position, resulting in a budget impact of $56,000, returning some training dollars that departments would have used this position for. So net on the budget is $204,000 increase from the proposed 3% reduction. And from there, this still includes some mechanics that had previously been talked about. And so I have direction on the trash service. I need direction to make sure we're still affirmed for the debt issuance, preserving fund balance for the fire vehicles as well. Service level changes have been reviewed as part of the budget cut. So the last piece I need is confirmation, because at the next council meeting, we have to bring the mechanics forward for issuing debt at the budget retreat. We don't have a choice. The timeline requires it. So I need affirmation of the COs for the fire trucks. We'd already had previous discussions about Intech, because there's not another option on the table. It's a shall. And so going from there, I just need direction from the council to confirm the debt mechanics. And we'll bring the bond councils to the next meeting so they can talk about that. Part of the concern with this one was, with the debt, is we do have a fund balance on there, but how much of a fund balance is a good fund balance? Our preliminary indicators say that's a good fund balance we're at, but we'll get a report card when we issue debt. I just want to make sure council knows, as we prepare to issue debt, because we are issuing the GOs for sure, is we will get rated by the bond rating agencies, and they will give you a report card on our health and rate us as a debt issuer, and you'll know exactly where we stand as a city on our fund balance stance, and the other indicators basically shows how healthy we are economically to support the debt we're proposing to take on. So we're going to get a report card coming pretty quickly as we prepare to issue debt, but I do need affirmation for these mechanics so finance can prepare the notices and the steps to issue the debt. And the reason we recommended that, just to reaffirm that, was we can't keep up with the fleet replacement in the current alignment. This creates a permanent pathway for maintaining the fire fleet, which takes that burden off the fixed asset fund for fire to allow the other vehicles to start catching up as well. But in the reduction, as the budget sits now, this does not increase the budget. It's still showing a reduction of close to 3 cents, even with this change in how the budget's being built. But I just need confirmation from the council. COs are not for the fire trucks. If not, how would you like to proceed?
COs are fine.
I'm for the CO.
Want to CO?
With that, council, I will continue to work and find other, we're going to really focus on the revenues and cleaning it up and making sure we bring together a budget that'll be discussed more intently in July, and what that looks like for tax cuts, and seeing what we can do to squeeze more out of the current budget, the proposed budget, to get above 3. Mayor, that's all I needed.
Very good. Thank you. Staff, thank you all for coming and sitting through this. Appreciate it. There's no other business to take care of, so I will adjourn this meeting at 9:32.